Bandidos, so we are live. It is Monday, July 10th, 8 p.m. here on the West Coast. So today we're gonna be getting into a little bit of a build lab, but it's gonna be pretty focused in on the ongoing Directive gear set. Now I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking I'm gonna do that whole St. Elmo lose my shock ammo thing, but I'm not. What?
Fight one. What you gonna do? Fight or run? Ain't too many kids bang with us. Situational, fight one. What you gonna do? Fight or run?
Come on, Kelly, what you gonna do? Fight or run? Tell me, Kelly. Come on, boy. What's up, everybody? Hey, so yeah, we're gonna be doing some ongoing Directive, and we're jumping into the stream a little bit later than usual. Sorry about that. Meant to get on a little bit earlier. But we do have another build plan for the morning, so look forward to that. And if you haven't already checked out the build that launched today on this morning, be sure you do so. It is pinned at the top of the chat. And that is the new skill build where we bring in the companion into a hybrid. It came out to be pretty darn powerful, believe it or not. We were seeing numbers up to 1.7 million in group play. That's insane. 1.7 million crit on group play from coming out of our primary. And then solo, I think we were seeing 1.13. So not bad. 1.13 crit solo. So really fun build. You can have fun with that one. And then of course the skills are putting out damage too. Not even talking about that. It's a 6 skill tier build. So check that one out. You're gonna like it. Don't skip out. Okay, so today we did an ongoing Directive build lab, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. We kind of narrowed in on a couple of builds, or more of like a really good direction for ongoing Directive, right? So, but we didn't finalize it, and I kind of want to get a little bit closer. I want to toy around with ongoing Directive and see where we're going. But so for me, I'm just not a big fan of using the St. Elmo as a primary on this. So what we're using the St. Elmo for is, you know, big mobs, tanky elements, bosses, for the most part. And so what we do is we basically earn our shock ammo and then we stow it away. And so it's basically how we ignite our ongoing Directive high velocity rounds, or hollow point ammo, sorry, hollow point ammo. So that's how we ignite that, and we get it. And then once you get your hollow point ammo, it kind of earns itself from there. But if you run out, then we just quickly switch over to the St. Elmo, shock somebody, and then switch to our primary and then earn it again. So it makes a really good secondary weapon in this. And then that allows us, because the one thing that the ongoing Directive, or I'm sorry, that the St. Elmo, there's a bunch of issues we want to talk about here, but one of the thing is all the waste, right? So there's so much waste in bleed ammo and waste in shock ammo if you stick to your St. Elmo as your primary. What I mean is that, let's just say you have a full mag of shock ammo and you have a target in front of you, because your weapon doesn't have a damage talent, you're most likely going to spend the majority of that shock ammo on 1 to 2 targets. And what a waste, right? You got 70 rounds and it's all gone on 1 to 2 targets, and you only shocked them like twice. So yay. And then it's the same thing with the bleed, right? It's the same thing with the bleed, but as long as they're bleeding, you're getting amplified damage. So at least there's that. And you keep earning the bleed ammo. So the bleed ammo is actually more useful because it's keeping all your amplified damage going, right? So we're gonna have, like, if we continue with the chest piece, that's 35% amplified damage right there. And so the bleed ammo is making sure that happens, right? And then you re-earn it easier than the shock ammo. You get it instantly on kill. So, and then it's also helping you get this 20% amplified damage too. Like all these status effect damage talents are all amplified damage. So that's 20% amplified damage. So yeah, really interesting, right? So, you know, so whatever your other weapon is, you know, with Sadist is a big win to have Sadist. It's instantly there. You don't have to stack to get it. It's just, and so right here, we got the 35 plus 20. I mean, that's 55% amplified damage. And I was even thinking about, like, what if we ran versatile, which wouldn't really make sense with this build, but because we need an SMG here. But yeah, and so this ends up being just like a really good tool to help us, you know, earn that ammo and maintain all of that power. And so you're gonna want to, I mean, I would think that you would want to choose the power over just having a larger mag, right? Because that's basically all that's providing for us. I mean, the crit mods are nice on that, don't get me wrong. But these are high power weapons that we can choose here. So the SIG is stronger than the police, and we got the amp damage, and we got more amp damage. So, yeah. So obviously you can put the fire rounds in there, but you're still missing out on Sadist, you know? And then every now and again, the shock ammo takes over, and then you're not getting the damage from bleed. So one of the things, you know, for heroic, so we had kind of heroic and legendary versions we were toying with. And what's up, crazy buddy? Good to see you back. Sheriff Biker Lady, appreciate you recommitting there with your sub over on Twitch. Thank you for being everywhere, by the way. Love you guys. And all my boys over on Kick. Skeletor holding it down. Gray Smoker was first up in the house there. Silent Taco, what up, man? Or is it Taco? It's probably Taco. Silent Taco. Squad, 19 months, bro. You're OG, bro. I wish they gave those OG things too. I hope you make it over to Kick so you can get it. Skeletor pulled the #1 dealio here for being the first member. So go Skell. Dark, appreciate that sub, bro. Right on. Deserve the crown. Action, what's up, man? Good to see you back, Miss Cam. I didn't already say hi. Did I miss anybody? Doctor's in the house. Chevy, there you are. I gotta say hello to everybody. Sorry, because during the last week I was sick. I got the flu, and you know, a lot of people I've been missing. I've been missing Enrico Muerte. That name rolls, bro. That name rolls. Rico. Are arriba. Remember that song? Suave. All right, so I determined, like, for heroic playing out of cover, we tried like a few different things. So of course you got the Anarchist Cookbook, which brings in Perfectly Wicked, which really is only adding the extra time, you know, 27 seconds. But you don't need that because you're always applying the status effects, so it's not really that helpful to have that extra time. But whatever. So you're also getting more status effects, and this set gives you 15% status effects. So, you know, you got 25% status effects right there. So that's nice. That's one thing you can do. And if we go that way, then we can also try things like the Catharsis or the Coyote. I wouldn't do the Vial, okay? And the reason why is because our time to kill is so fast, the Vial is just not going to do anything. So, oh, appreciate the love. Diz, thanks for that Prime too, man. 14 months. Woof. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see your guys' thoughts in chat. Like, do you think I should absolutely avoid the memento? But I just got to say, hear me out, but go ahead and just your thoughts here. Doesn't matter where we go, okay? But it's about avoiding the memento, because this is always a question for me. It's just like, avoid the memento, you know, for the sake of avoiding the memento, even though it would be the best, you know. And honestly it is, because we were running and gunning with this thing and just slaughtering everything, but those weapon damage pickups, those short-term red buffs, were just adding big spikes in damage, and not to mention the bonus armor, you know. And then also, when it comes to status effects, the memento adds 30% more status effects, because that's inside the skill efficiency. What up, Ghosty? So, you know, I'd love to hear your feedback on this, because, you know, do you care? I mean, if the memento is the best for the build, would you prefer me to roll that way, or, you know, avoid it because we've had the memento for so long and we want just to go different for the sake of being different? And so the catharsis is cool because I'm gonna run the shield. So if I don't go the memento, you know, that's one thing I'll start looking at. And I'm thinking this could be cool because, you know, then we'll gain our stacks when they shoot at the shield. So that stacks quickly because of the shield. The purge part we'll probably miss out on a lot because we'll be moving a lot. And so I feel like catharsis is best on the tankier of builds. You know, but either way, it would pop out some damage for us as well, some heals, and then Wicked giving us that extra weapon damage too. Thanks, Hydro. Skeletor, you got the flu, bro? You got the flu too? Yeah, I could show both options. We can play with them all. Let's start without the memento and then work up to more survivability and damage. You see here, if we just look at it from the perspective of cores, ignore everything else, okay? If I add the memento, what do we get? We get an extra red core in addition to that blue core in the backpack. Following me? Okay, that would give us a total of 5 red cores and 2 blue cores. Forget about the skill tier. So what that means is when I get 1 kill and grab that trophy, that's a 25% additional damage for 10 seconds. That alone is more than perfectly wicked, right? And you get the 30% stacked damage as well, right? So you're at 55% damage versus just 27% total weapon damage, which is good. So that's not just additive damage, but so it's a nice little total weapon damage. So, like, you know, so that's good, but the memento off of 1 kill, and once it has its stacks, it's just like it overshoots this in every way, including the additional status effects. That gives you 10% status effects. The memento gives you 30% status effects. And if you saw my St. Elmo review or build guide, then I talk about, you know, what each 10% increment of status effects does to your shock ammo, as a for instance. And so, and the memento is basically all you need with the St. Elmo to have really good shock. So, other than that, about 20% status effects, give or take. So, anyways, and so that's why the memento ends up being so powerful, is because you're killing, stacking these things. And so you go from like 55 to 80 to 105, you know, easy, right? And so you become very powerful, but at the same time you're collecting bonus armor and you got the regen. Because you have the regen, you don't have to run gunner. Because you have the bonus armor, you don't have to run gunner. And that means you can run something like firewall and get more damage out of your shield, right? So these are all things are linked together. So if we don't run the memento, we don't have any armor on kill, and this isn't gonna heal us. So I'm gonna have to run a fixer at the very least, and probably gunner. which is going to take away damage. But that's cool, right? We got to give these all a try. So one of the things I want to try is the shotgun, and we tried the SMG and it definitely worked. I didn't have the shotgun with Sadist, and now we do. So let's try that. Yeah, I don't think the vial would benefit unless you were doing like a legendary, where the enemies are extremely tanky, and then you could just spread the love. The problem with doing that, Sheriff, is that if you go into legendary, let's just say you're running whatever weapon, it doesn't matter, police M4, right, an assault rifle, and so you get a full mag of that special ammo, and then you're like, well, I got the vial, so the vial's a mass effect. So my inclination would be to get everybody on the field bleeding by spreading that ammo to as many enemies as possible and get them to bleed. And then now they're bleeding and they're ticking with vial ticks, the toxic delivery. So they're getting 2 ticks, right? Hopefully very strong ticks. And so the strategy is sound. Where it fails in legendary is the enemies are so tanky and their healing station, it could all be in vain because of the healing stations. So those ticks are just, they're just gonna heal through the ticks and keep healing through the ticks. And fine. The problem is that you just ran out of status effect ammo. And so now you gotta go to your skills. And your skills are probably, unless you're running all skill tiers, are probably not strong enough to, you know, hold the enemy down, or you don't have enough of them. You know what I mean? Like, let's just say using riot foam, if you don't have very many skill tiers, you don't have very many canisters, and you take a shot at a guy and he dodges out of the way. You take another shot out of the guy and you finally got him to stick, and then you don't kill him all the way, and then he runs away. You know what I mean? Because you don't have your amplified damage. And so whatever. And so the point is that you don't have the skills to back it up for legendary, which is, as you guys know, you need pretty strong skills in legendary, right? So you kind of get into this position where like, fuck, I might as well just use Eclipse Protocol, you know, and you would be right. You know, you would be right. You might as well be using Eclipse Protocol. And so I feel like with ongoing directive in legendary, you want to make sure that you have, that your killing power, your direct killing power from your weapons bullet impact, so, you know, weapon damage, is at a really good place. Right? You don't have to be as strong as striker, but you need to be at a really good place. And then, so that way you can hopefully corner and isolate a weak enemy and earn your ammo off of him before you get a chance to heal through it or escape. So, but the St. Elmo fixes ongoing directive for legendary. Without this gun, it was pretty tough. You'd have to rely on the Scorpio shotgun, and that doesn't have the range for legendary. So, you can still do it. People still do, obviously. But in certain areas, the Scorpio is pretty poor. Think of like the open field in the zoo, for example. And yes, you see people using the Scorpio to try to take out the snipers on the back, and it's kind of frustrating, but people do it. All right, so let's add some crits here, shall we? Let's see where this gun is. Crit chance, good. So the downside of the Catharsis is it doesn't have crits. Kind of losing that. We need that. And then we'll add some crit chance here. And then chest. We need more crits, I'm sure. So that puts us at 5093. So that's pretty good. Okay, for the shotgun. And plus it's an amp build, so we'll be all right. And then we get all this damage. So all right, here we go. You think spotter over the chest? I mean, you do get more amp damage off of that, but I've always thought, I like that idea, Dragon. Yeah, it's a good point. Like running perfect spotter, all reds. One thing is, oh, you know what? One way to go, to your point, would be I could run like 2-piece Uzina and get armor on kill. Instead of the Golan. I wonder if I have a Uzina backpack with that option. Let me see. Yeah, that one would work right there. That'd be better because we don't need the status effects. Actually, you just plugged a thought into my head. And let me see if I have my chest pieces on me. Might have moved them off. Okay, so Uzina, crits. Because so the assault rifle doesn't take the spotter modifications, but I'm pretty sure the shotgun and only one of the SMGs does. I mean, weapons do. The shotgun does, but the SMG doesn't. Only the vector, and I don't like using the vector. It's on these bleed builds. I feel like it's not quite strong enough. Yeah, the contractor's gloves are nice too. They does give you a stronger bleed. Sometimes the bleed is nice. It can save you a round or two here and there, which just kind of helps you with your reloads, right? I gotta turn on my air conditioner, guys. It's hot over here. Sorry about the little bit of background noise there. So yeah, it does end up giving you more damage, so that's good. But I was gonna say that it's also sometimes nice, even at the sacrifice of a little bit of damage, to go with the brand set chest piece, because then that opens up some flexibility to the rest of your build, especially in the mask department, right? Because we don't have a lot of, I mean, we have a lot of good mask options out there, so that's kind of nice. So we can pull in that one. We should have an all red one. Is that not it? Oh, it was already here the whole time? I didn't notice. It was there the whole time. Sorry, guys. All right, let me see if I got another backpack option while we're here. So there's a Grupo Wicked. Belson Wicked. Don't want to need that. Grupo Galvanize. No. All right. That's a nice mask you got there, Escape. You got Alp Summit mask with 60% repair skills. Yep. With the mod. And 60% income repair on the rest of the build. Yeah, that's pretty cool. What up, Johnny Chase? Yeah, Goofy, you know, you just brought up a good point. Like, I've heard good things about people liking the pestilence with ongoing Directive. I get it. So let me see if this shotgun, I think it does take the laser point. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, it does. So this is the only weapon that we can do that on of today. Now, the assault rifle won't take the spotter weapon, but that's okay because we're just using it as a utility. So, yeah, that's fine. We don't need SMG on this one. And then pop that over to repair. And then let's activate that. So we're gonna lose our armor on kill, but we'll pick up some damage, and then we're gonna take our armor kill on the gear set instead by running the Suzina stuff. And this way we'll pick up a little bit of more damage. We'll lose that mask though. So we'll lose some more defense and damage. That technically lost 30% damage there, if you look at it that way. So it kind of evens out at the end. And really the only gain is actually 5%. If you think about it, you lost 30% weapon damage for 5% amp damage. It's actually a loss. Where is this? However, the one of the good things is that, where did it go? I pushed it over. Am I blind? Xena. There you are. Jesus, I am blind. But anybody tell me I can't see? All right. And then we'll run that one. So we pick up a little bit of armor, which is not that helpful. And we got some armor on kill. But that Vile Mask was giving us 30% weapon damage, assuming, Catharsis, sorry. 30% weapon damage, you know, at its full stack base. Let's just say 15 on average. Where the net gain out of this is 5%, because the chest piece on ongoing directive is giving us an additional 15% amplified damage. However, this is all the time, whether you have the ammo or not. However, you also lose a crit slot. So, you know, pros and cons, you know. So a little bit, 5% more amplified damage all the time, or that mask, which has also had the potential to heal with this. So, you know, let's see what it does. The good thing is, though, is we did open up some slots, because the Catharsis forces you to income and repair and armor regen. So that's good. So we opened up at least one slot. Okay. I think we're ready to go. We got this. This should be a tier 2 shield. Yep. All right. Yeah, the Sacrum kind of sucks, Silent. I mean, I created one build for the Sacrum. It's just not a really good weapon. I did find one build that was pretty all right, and I don't remember even how I made it. But it's worth experiencing for yourself, though, I gotta say. I hope everybody takes a chance and not just watches a video and says, sold. You know, you should get out there and just be like, and try it. You might see something that I don't see, you know, or you might love it. But yeah, for me, I didn't really like it, and I think for the majority of people, they'll probably see some holes that gun has. When its lack of power is a big deal. And it's so hard to get people on fire, it just doesn't even seem worth it. Wasted guns, huh? Just a waste. Oh, I forgot to show you, you know, we could have started our ammo, got our shock ammo in the testing range, right? You don't even need to go earn it out there, but it's okay. We'll do it straight up. So yeah, so you're gonna start off without any amp damage, so keep that in mind. So we're gonna wanna earn some stacks. Yeah, give me a tanky gun. There it is, right? All right, let's get in a position to earn our ammo on our other weapon. So we need an unsuspecting foe. There we go. Get him. Here we go, switch. There we go. Was this not shock ammo? Oh, somehow we got... Let me a second to burn this ammo. And earn some... Ooh, look at this big boy coming in. So I'm actually trying to lose this ammo. So as soon as I get my meter up, I'm gonna switch. And then I'm gonna stow the weapon away and use it in cases of emergencies. All right, here we go. So switching. There we go. So now we got a shock. Then I'm gonna go back to my bleed. Now we're ready to fight. That was way too easy for him to break our shield. Way too easy. Oh, wait. What's my backpack talent? Oh, I got Bloodsucker. Hold on. Sorry about that. The spider thing threw me off. It looks wicked. I mean, bonus armor's okay. We could use it, but I want to go damage right now. Well, I'm not sure. So electric in the blue screen, I can't remember with the blue screen, but isn't the blue screen one of those where the duration of status effects can't be elongated from status effect rolls? I think that's the case. And so if you do run status effects on your build, it's for the vial. So that would be required for that build, I think. If you're gonna run electric. All right, there we go. Is that Hydro? Is that true, bro? That sucks. Poor Hydro. Quote. He says, as soon as I get the Eagle Bear to drop, the St. Elmo came out. Yeah. But the truth is that you probably wouldn't have used the Eagle Bear for very long. You know. It's a great gun until you realize it's not. You know, that's the reality of it. Sorry to say. Okay. Okay, we're ready to rock, guys. Let's try this again. Uh-oh. All right, that's damage.
Reinforcements incoming.
God damn it. How did that happen? Because give up your base. Little underpowered. I would have liked him to go down on one last shot. Yeah, I want that to be a 3-shot. Ideally. Ooh, I got shot inside the room by that fucking thing. God, they always get with that phone. Like, no way. Nice. The shotgun is a little beefy, you know, so it's a lot of your time to kill is about waiting in between shots just a slight bit so your barrel can relax and you can hit him more with more pellets. See how a lot of those are clipping, you know, and so you have to throw out some extra shots. So it's just gonna happen. You're gonna account for that to some degree. Just gotta watch that shield. So the shield is our weak point, obviously, huh? Where'd that guy drop to? Fucking hurt. Raining soldiers, but I can't see him. Shotgun is nice. It's a good mix. Just raw power with all that amp damage has always been a nice thing to have. So our time to kill has been doing all the heavy lifting on staying alive. Obviously, you got to move quick because these fuckers. Minimize the incoming damage is what I'm trying to say. Ropes. Let's see if I got this replay on that boss. Yeah. So watch this boss skill. Just shock him. So use that St. Elmo as a utility, right? And so what's cool about doing that is that it's always there for you. You know? It's always there for you, that shock ammo. And that's what's important. Because what is the St. Elmo's biggest weakness is its unreliability, right? In the shock ammo. And that's part of the waste, right? The fact that you're pumping in all that shock ammo into a single target. So that's part of the waste. And so if you can counter that by making sure that you reserve your ammo for when you need it, then it's going to be there for you. Whoa, it's nice hit by that fire grenade. Get rid of this fucking thing. This impossible to die thing here. Why doesn't it want to die? Do that. Fucker. Okay, so same thing. Shock ammo. So they really don't even have a chance that way, right? So you got all of that amp damage pent up for them, right? It's literally pent up, and you just casually stroll on over while they're shocked, and you got some good shock duration, right? You got that extra 15% status effects, and the reload speed is definitely coming in handy there too. So that's a good build. It's functionable for sure, you know. No, Composer and the shield don't work together. Commander 13, I see you in the house. Yeah, so many people love the Scorpio. A Badger backpack would be good back here, by the way. A Badger with Wicked would probably be the best option, as a matter of fact. No, 6 blades. That was a crazy stream. I've done longer, though. Many people know I've done longer. I'm one of those guys. I was talking about it. It's kind of similar to what we were talking about the other night. I think we were on that stream where I was telling you that I'm one of those people that I don't do puzzles because I can't stop doing it until it's done. So it's sort of the same thing. And so that's why some of these streams go really long, because we'll be working on a project, maybe even a build. And I'll be like, oh, we're on a really good path here. I want to finish this build out, you know, 12 hours later. But I want the builds to be, sometimes when they're good, I like them to be right. I want to be able to stand behind every choice, even if you guys don't go with it. You know, go with my choices. I still like to think through each one for my gameplay style. Make it the best that it could possibly be, you know. This one was fun. Let's take it for another spin. One more control point, and then we'll modify it. You guys are down with that? And because it works, if I felt strong, didn't feel like I had health problems, this shield would be the weak point. We could add an armor core to fix that, you know. But at the same time, I was mentioning that I would like maybe one less shot on some elites. So, you know, there's some things that could be done there between those 3 pieces. So the shield being a weak point isn't a problem, especially if you have bonus armor to go with it, right? You just counter it with your bonus armor, drop your shield, and take damage to your body instead. Like literally, that's a great way to counter a weak shield, is to absorb it with bonus armor, another form of shield. That's true, Maine. Did they fix Unbreakable? I've been hearing mixed reviews about it, Dragon. Have you been getting it to work? I think it depends on whether you have an armor core or not on the gear piece itself, I think. Yeah, that's what we're, that's right, a 6. We're avoiding that. I don't like that, personally. I don't like that. The shock ammo holds so much utility. So St. Elmo is a secondary weapon. It helps us earn our initial ammo, or anytime we lose our ammo. And then I'm using it to easily kill whatever threat that I have by poking them with one shot, especially like those heavies. You know, you poke them with one bullet. So you got 70 strategic targets that you can harass with special ammo, right? Now I'm running low right now. I only got 15 special ammo, so we need to earn some more. which you can use the beginning of a control point to do that. That's the best time to earn it. So we'll go ahead and do that here, actually. So you just kick back and play a little bit more relaxed and get your stacks up. Really?
Reinforcements en route.
Nice toss, brother. They love to go behind there, and it annoys me. So we just get our stacks, which means you can't switch weapons at this stage, right? Switch weapons, you lose all your stack progress. Don't forget about that detail, because that's annoying, because it's not a little bit of stacking you need here. You need 100 fucking hits. So I'll play relax on purpose. Once we get that ammo, then we'll go. I got fire ammo on the other one, so I'm just trying to get my reserves here. It's actually easier to do it when they're not marked by ongoing directive, right? I'm shooting him. Sometimes you have to let the game know verbally. You know what I mean? Like, it works. Does that work for anybody else, or is that just me? So we almost got our stacks if we don't. About to. All right, there it is. Wow, nice angles, bro. Give him some bleed there to work on. 41,000 on that bleed tick. Really? Let's fucking get back here. All right. So we got the boss in sight.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Your success with shotguns, no matter what shotgun you're running, with the exception of probably the Scorpio, will be your flanking patterns, right? Like, a lot of people will put on the same build and be like, they probably nerfed that build. I can't do anything he was doing. I hear that a lot. And it's like, no, they didn't nerf the build. It's a lot of my success is basically how I'm moving, right? Shotguns have horrible range. Horrible range. And so you have to get to him, and he's gonna be shooting you while you do. So how do you accomplish that? Angles, flanking angles, running the way I'm running here, the sprint cover to cover function. So I do that, and then I'll break the cover to cover, and then I'll jump like that, and I'll do it again. But that helps you run way faster, and they will miss more shots because of that. A lot of shots, as a matter of fact. And so you don't have to actually get into cover. The battle of the turrets. So shotguns are the hardest to play in my opinion because you have to get into a very inside the kill box, and that's your kill box too, you know. Where's this guy? Damn. And I'm saying like literally inside 10 meters. Like anything longer is gonna. Somebody got behind me, so I had to bail. Guy's getting everybody up so fast. I killed all these people already. So that's the utility part right there, right? Such an advantage. Such an advantage, you know? And if I was using the St. Elmo's full time, I wouldn't have that advantage. I would only be applying bleed damage to him and he'd be shooting back while bleeding. It is way better as a secondary weapon. At least on this setup. I mean, the shock is so powerful in this game. Like, I absolutely would give up the ability to use the St. Elmo as a primary weapon to have shock on demand when and where I wanted to use it. It is such an absolute worthwhile sacrifice, you know? Like, I mean, that's the best part of the Scorpio, is it not? I mean, it's not the 20% damage, it's the shock, you know? The best part of the Scorpio is the shock. Imagine if every round in your Scorpio was a shock. All you had to do is not use it as your primary weapon. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it is so worth it. Let's look at how many shots I have left. So it looks like I have 41 rounds of shock left. See that? 41 rounds of shock. So we only used, I guess, 59. And, you know, we were talking about that chest piece talent where reassigned, where it sends special ammo to your sidearm. Like, I would love that if it wasn't random special ammo, you know? Like, if it was always shock ammo to your sidearm, oh, man. Just, you'd whip out your pistol every time you needed that shock utility to run up on an enemy, or imagine in the raid, right? Imagine boss 1 and Iron Horse when you got those shield guys that come out and protect the boss. What if you had a few players that were just strategically using their shock ammo to hold those guys still so that they never make it to the boss? You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be cool? And then you could hold the boss still too, and then one guy holds the boss still, and then the rest of the guys are like DPSing everybody down to the ground. A foam bullet. Oh, that would be sick. Yes. Ooh, you got 100% Diz? I think you were telling me that. 100% as protection. I really like that too. Were you the one that was saying that you were using the sniper version of that? That we had created a couple weeks back? Or using the, yeah, okay. What up, Brian Boss? Yeah, keep it in your pistol. Like, there's a spot in District Union Arena, Kelly, I'm sure you already know this, where you can pick up that ammo. It's in the, I think that's the 4th or 5th checkpoint. You can grab, it's in the kitchen, you grab that shock ammo, put that on your pistol. Is very nice, yes. Or at least your secondary weapon. Yeah, so Survivalist does provide you a second really good healer, which would be the Mender Seeker, if you're looking for that. It gives you more outgoing healing, as well as gives your allies additional damage to status affected targets, and then it gives you the really good grenades, like the best grenades in the game, the fire grenades, so it helps you spawn kill really well, and then that's obviously a status effect, and then you have 10% protection from elites. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people roll with it, for protection from elite builds. So it's good for protection from elite builds, it's good for healer builds, and status effect builds. Those are the 3 builds you see it on. Okay, so that felt great. It's basically an all damage build. A lot of the heavy lifting is being done by the shotgun. It's just strong, right? So good. And so that's what we want. And so you're gonna want, I think, with ongoing directive builds, I like it better with kind of stronger, higher base weapon damage type weapons. Well, that's interesting. So we're going to remix it now. So let's take off Technician. I like that. So now we're gonna compare every build to this build. So one of the things we can do is, let's add the memento. So we're gonna what is it? Why do we need to fix, or what do we need to fix, right? Why and what, right? So one of the things was a weak shield. How do you counter a weak shield? Bonus armor. Okay, that's the best way to counter a weak shield. Yes, you can load up a bunch of armor on your build and go with a 6 skill tier shield and then throw on an artificer, but that's a lot of loss to damage just for a fucking shield. You know what I mean? Where you could just get bonus armor, you know, and get armor regen and get, you know, bonus armor on kill and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's just, it's a way more efficient route to get a stronger shield, or get an additional shielding, is I guess the other way to put it. So, but by doing this, what happens? Well, we lose our armor on kill, right? Okay, do we need armor on kill? Not necessarily, because bonus armor is armor on kill, right? You just need to have a reasonable underlining heal to go with it. And so you're gonna have 3% armor regen coming off of this, and then you're gonna have a healer probably pumping out about 45, 50,000, give or take. So from here, what I would like to do is run survivalists. No, I'm sorry, firewall. All right, and then use the striker shield to get more damage out of my shield. And that's scalable damage, so that can get quite high at certain points. So what we're gonna do, and then what this also is going to do is open up my SMG. I think we have the right weapons. Yeah, so there's assault rifle, shotgun, right? Yeah, and then SMG is good. So let's activate this. Yeah, and remember, you can get shock ammo before you even leave this place, and that's what I forgot to do that last time, so we're gonna do that. But yeah, that last build was really fun. Actually, I should put that piece back on just so you can see it, and I'll take a screenshot of it. It was actually really good, so I really enjoyed it. And so, and of course, this was Technician. Let me just put that on real quick. Sorry. So you can see the full setup. So I'll take a screenshot of this for everybody. Cool. All right, screenshot taken. All right, let's go back. It's really easy to forget about builds. So, you know what I mean? Like, we make so many of them. In a single stream, we'll make like 10 builds. right. Mop is amazing. Yes, yes, yes. Mop is amazing. It's actually stronger than the tsunami, if I remember. You lose your damage to targets on a cover slot, but it's got a higher base weapon damage and smaller mag. Let's see that. Oh, it's the same mag. So what's the difference? The RPM. Yeah. But you get the armor on kill, to your point. We'll try it, yeah? Good idea. Okay, no. So, what do we need to do? So, yeah. So, what I'm probably going to do here is put on a memento, go for some bonus armor. We're going to run some armor, take off this chest piece, and then open up the mask to what? Now, last time we ran with the damage to armor gloves, contractors, with this setup, which wasn't bad. But we are running a crit build, and I wouldn't mind getting some assistance on the crits, you know, especially on a shotgun. But if we decide to go SMG, which is also very fun, that tsunami felt pretty good, though, I gotta say. You know what I mean? I might hold to that tsunami. The mop is a good option, additional damage bonus. So we're at 12%. And then, where does it say? Yeah, okay, damage bonus 12%. That's all I needed to see, actually, sorry. And then this, what is our tier? Is on that? Is that tier 3? Yeah, tier 3. Okay, so 2 from the memento, and then 1 from that blue core there. Now we can add more armor, but I'm gonna hold here because on the last build, we only had 1 armor core. And so we're basically doubling our armor cores, but also giving ourselves some bonus armor and then the regen and all that other fun stuff. Okay, so let's pick up some special ammo before we head out of here. So I can get a full mag is all I'm gonna do here. Reload. There it is, all right? Cool. And then let's see if I mark this guy and kill him with our pistol. I don't think you can get bleed ammo in here, can you? I don't think you can get hollow points, yeah. Let me move this to a regular. Try it this way. Oh yeah, you can. Okay, good. So let's mark that and then get a fresh round of ammo here. Cool. Cool, so now we got special ammo everywhere. And you can start off your fight like legit, right? Yeah, I think I did firewall. Thanks for asking, because I do forget to do that shit. Yeah. All right. Let's head here and then I guess do our circuit. How about that? Oh, look at that banana. Woo-wee. Oh, but that reminds me. We got these keys I keep forgetting to open, I guess. What'd I get? The Dune vest. All right. Let's equip it. Accept it. Did it stay? It did. All right. I guess. It's got a little bit of both, doesn't it? Appearance slot. There it is. That's kind of cool. So you can do the backpack too, right? So you can let's put on the golem real quick. And then let's put on appearance slot. If you don't know how to do this, this is how you equip shit to your memento. Skin your memento. So we do the Doom backpack and then switch back to your memento. And now memento is hosting that skin. See that? So obviously with the memento, you want to do it before you start your fight. So you don't lose your trophies over a skin. Yeah, so what happens when in the end game, they changed that a while back, bro. Instinct. So yeah, it's automatically, they reset it so the game, so they made it so that it's always only level 4 control point. So I don't have a choice in it. I don't have to do anything to earn it. So if heroic, I think it's a heroic thing. So I think that only happens in heroic. So all heroic control points are always level 4 now. But yeah, you used to have to do some activities and shit like that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, so we're gonna save our shock ammo for those times we need it. Ooh, that felt better already, guys. I'll be honest with you. Like right out of the gate, felt stronger. Come on, guys. Come on down.
Get away from me!
Part of the reason is the shield, right, is giving me an additional 12% damage just for an enemy standing in front of me. And then each one of these trophies is 25% damage increase, which is one reason why I don't want to pump too much bonus armor. Because I like my damage boosts. Oh, fuckers. Fuck, you're annoying. God damn it. What the fucking circus animals? This is amazing, guys. Way better. It is literally way better. It's the memento, sadly, you know, it's so good. And we're gonna be getting more status effects when I get my full load, too. Did he just say full load? He did. Fuck. Get out my way. You can shoot around corners. I don't even care.
They flanked us!
Yeah, you don't need armor on kill, right? Because of the bonus armor. So the bonus armor is allowing us to heal a little more casually underneath all of that shielding, right? Because we got double layers of shield. Yeah, way better time to kill. So that's a good guy right there to measure against, that average grunt. I shoot low to avoid his armor plates. Squine nuts. That's my strategy. Because I hate you. As an NPC and as an individual, it's personal. So we even got special ammo and a little pistol. More bad hombres over here. Felt great. Definitely the winner of the two so far. The other one was cool though as a non-memento alternative. Yeah, I think it's like when you get to instincts, like when you, I can't remember where it transitions at what point. I mean, it's an endgame thing for sure though. So if you haven't gotten there yet, you know, you watch and all that stuff, that's probably when there'll always be level 4s, yeah. But you're right, yeah, you just have to complete zone, the things in the zone, they stop that, so. I guess as a way to make it more difficult for us. I don't know that we could have done that without you. Oh, I forgot to change the mob. I don't really think we need the armor on kill though, you know what I mean? The mob does have higher damage technically. See that? But I think that rate of fire ends up being the difference. And that total damage increase can be offset by that damage to targets out of cover. So it's kind of a win-lose there. They probably even themselves out on damage. But we can go try it. It could be another defensive tool. Let's go ahead and go over here. Yeah, I only have one yellow core for the drone. So it's also because of that every time I'm grabbing those trophies, it's giving me a little bit of skill efficiency, a little more duration, right? And then when I got the full stack on my backpack, that's 30% more duration. So that's quite a bit. I mean, my duration on this thing right now is at 280 seconds, which is, I think, is 60 seconds longer than the default 1 tier. So we're gonna go ahead and take off the tsunami now. We're gonna try the mob, so we'll lose that ammo. And then let's recal. Actually, let's fast travel back here because I want to go to that other control point. An ACS with the Bullet King talent? Yeah, we do. You totally fuck it. Like, I did a whole build lab on this this shotgun variant because this set made me remember how good it was, you know? And we looked at all of them, so you guys know. There's a couple of different variables on this SASG, and the black market seemed to be the better one with a little bit more stability on it. Grumpy, there you are, bro. You like it, Hat Warrior? I know it is really good. It is really good. I hope it lasts as long as it can. You know what I mean? Because of the weird multiplications that are happening with that thing. It's crazy. I mean, I got up to 1.7 million in group. I mean, that's insane. You know what I mean? That's just insane. Let's get a little bit of ammo for our special first weapon here. That's dying too easy. Okay, this might take you. Oh.
Stay back.
All right, see if we like this better. So there's a little bit of a handling difference between them too. So some of it might be preference of which one you go with. Both of them, you have to be pretty darn close. Now, but because the SASG has a higher RPM, it'll feel like you gotta grab it by its haunchos, you know what I mean? A little bit more, and ride it like a bucking bull. But it does feel worth it. Like, I already feel the difference here. Also, we did lose a little power. I mean, the power on the power side is probably even itself out. You know, so we're probably not losing or gaining any power between the two. And if we are, it's probably not worth even mentioning. God damn it. Fuck. That was close. Saved us right there. The mop did. It really did. Saved us from going down. Fucking get off me, dude. God, with your fucking rifle. Fuckers. Oh, again. Oh, God. Didn't mean to have that much rifle ammo. Alright, let's kill this heifer here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Fucker. He meleeed me somehow, you know? Get that guy off the fucking gun. Look at them. They can't fucking do that. Jesus, worthless. Fucking wailing on me up there. Some bad hombres, man. Is that it? That was fucking fast, man. What do you guys think? I was like, I felt like I needed another wave, you know?
Unlocked.
All right, so that was the mob. It does what it does. So it's like the same thing with armor and kill, basically. And so what I'm gonna now switch to is the SIGIM PX. All right, so SMG, so sorry, Sadis. This is probably a little friendlier for the newer players, to be honest with you, because it gives you an extra 5 meters basically. In distance, so you can, and you usually have faster reloads on these. Now both the 612 and SASG shotguns reloads are actually pretty good, so, but in general, SMGs have better reloads than shotguns and more ammo too. So where shotguns, when you rely on them heavy, and if you're missing a lot or shooting from too far, you can run out of ammo. So yeah, the Super 90 used to be my favorite. That's what got me into shotguns, actually. I think that if I had the named Super 90, it probably would be my favorite. It's 2-kill perfect pummel. Oh my god, sounds like a dream come true. Yeah, the ACS and Golden Bullet is fun. That's a good one.
hostile control point nearby.
So let me just clean up a couple pieces here. Overlord, no. Finish, no. Dulce, no. No.
Just another night.
We got ammo.
Reinforcements incoming.
Hey, ammo sounds different out of this gun. You can hear it exploding. Oh, I thought I had a full man. Good time to kill. 721 right there. It's pretty decent.
We've got hostiles on our flank.
Woohoo. See you, boss. I would have got him if I didn't choose his backpack so much. Those magnetic ass backpacks, right?
I hear you. Let's do this.
See how my bonus armor is my armor on kill? So I don't have any armor on kill. So just that little bit of bonus armor is getting me to basically above and beyond full armor until my white armor, full armor values, I should say, until my white armor has time to recover.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And so I've over time learned or decided that I prefer bonus armor, whether it expires or not, over our standard armor on kill. Because you can go above and beyond your base armor values, where armor on kill doesn't do that. Armor on kill will only get you back to par. You see that? So that would have been impossible with the shotgun. What just happened there? Taking them out of range like that. So that's why SMGs are going to be more forgiving and easier to adopt for newer players. Because you can force in some long shots. So yeah, I had diminishing damage at that distance, but it still got the job done. It didn't have to run all the way there and get killed. Taking damage on the way. Now, of course, we got this shock ammo to help against that. Oh, I ran out of shock ammo. Come here, dear. Could I get shock ammo on you? Let's reinstallment this. I don't know how I ran out. I had 50 rounds. There we go. All right, switching out. Oh, okay. I was expecting a shotgun. It threw me off. I was like, oh, am I shooting them with the wrong gun? Yeah, so that's good. It's pretty good with the MPX too. So I did try the vector, the tactical vector, and the reload was too much reloading for this damage value.
Supply room access unlocked.
The 45 caliber vector, the bigger one, I mean, it's all right. But I would just think you're just going to want a little heavier damage type weapons. And that's because this isn't Striker, even with all that amp damage. Striker's still stronger, you know? Simon, what's up, man? Good to see you back. This guy's threatening me. Curious on what you guys would choose. Would you go SMG?
Location guarded by hostiles.
Let's get out of here. Hell yes.
Hostile control point identified.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna take off the SMG now. And then let's go back to the black market, because I think that's gonna be the winner. And then I would recommend for new players to give the SMG a try. And we got an apparel key, so we better open it. Kind of boring pants, but okay. I like my crotch busters better, you know? Okay, so let's get some ammo. So sidearm. Got this turret up way over there. Talking shit, bro.
Civilians in danger.
This weapon kind of feels like a bolt gun, you know? There's one of those guns like you can get from like Home Depot that shoots bolts. Just whack, whack, whack. Comes a fire grenade, as usual.
En route.
Oh, what? That got me too? That is so bullshit. You know what I mean? I mean, come on. That is fucking bull. What you guys doing in the closet? What goes on in there?
Heavily armored hostile.
Goes on in this mystery closet. It's like Snoopy's doghouse. Coming at you like a wrecking ball.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Why am I hitting you?
Civilians in distress.
Oh, get that tank, get that tank.
Heavily armored. Detecting.
Fuck. It's gotta be the build, right? I really love that. It's such a good secondary weapon. St. Elmo's. I know that's blasphemy to hear. Probably out throwing tomatoes at your screens right now, but it's just such a good secondary weapon. Just a quick switch and a tap, and then it just paralyzes your enemies. Go to your other one, put in some actual damage. You know what I mean? Like, because the St. Elmo's, you know, you probably got to admit to yourself a little bit. It doesn't feel that strong. Not even on a striker build, right? Like, you know, it's got some good crit mods on it. Probably reload more than drawing that mag to empty anyways, you know? So the large mag is nice, but we reload a lot. It's a great gun though, I like it. But it just feels really good as like the ultimate secondary weapon on any build, anyone, you know? Imagine going into Legendary and having all that ammo as, on your weapon, you know, and then as soon as that chunga comes around that corner, flattens him, and then move forward. That's a good point, Six Blades. The thing about the Scorpio is you don't get your shock on demand. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the difference here, is that I'm using the shock only and exactly when I need it. Where the Scorpio's downside, I gotta say, I don't have it on me, unfortunately, but the Scorpio is just the 612. It's the mop, right? Now it's got poison, it's got disorient, and you're gonna put the amp damage in there. I get that with the blood, with the bleeding ammo, but it doesn't have sadist, so you're missing out on that 20% amp damage until you get to that 7th round. But you hope that it doesn't take all 7 rounds on every enemy. You know what I mean? To get there. So think about your purples and your reds. I mean, they're never going to get that amplified damage, you know? So you probably have to put in an extra shot or two on those guys that you wouldn't have to if you had something like Sadist on there. I don't know for sure. I'm kind of estimating here or hypothesizing. So that's really the difference, is that because like you could say the same thing. Well, why don't you run the Scorpio as your backup? Well, that's because when I need that shock ammo, it wouldn't be there, right? Because you got to mark the target basically, and then pump in 6 shots into him until you get to that 7th one, and then you shock him. Of course, it's disorient, which is also kind of like a shock. So I get that too. So what is that? The 4th shot, third, 4th shot. So it's a good shotgun, and you'd be using it as your primary though. No weapon swapping, but that hasn't been an issue for me. But yeah, I mean, you got a point. It's definitely a great option, and it was previously the default. And its weakness would be range, and I don't know if you caught how I'm using the shock ammo, but like if there was an enemy right there and he's wailing on me, I shock him and then I run up to him to get into shotgun range, and then I kill him, right? And it was the same thing with like heavy gunners, right? You shock him and then I get to his ammo belt, and then I break it, so you can't use his gun anymore. And so those are things you can't really do with the Scorpio, so to speak, not until you get to that 3rd shot, and then you're looking at reloads, you know. It's different but the same. I mean, we could try it for just to show. I mean, I think it's a good thing. Let me run this one more control point here. Actually, I probably don't need to. I think we've just seen enough of what this build can do, right? So let me go ahead and let's grab my Scorpio and let's use it. You know what I mean? It sees difference. There's no doubt can be strong and will be successful, right? I mean, the Scorpio is the Scorpio. It paralyzes people, but I guess the biggest thing would be shock on demand and range. That's what you'd be missing, you know? And so I can paralyze enemies that are very far away, and then I can run up to that enemy so he's not shooting me. And that's gonna be what the Scorpio cannot do. It cannot stop somebody from shooting at you unless you're able to get enough pellets into him, which can be a little bit more challenging at range. And so, because that's the shotgun's biggest weakness, if you guys aren't, and we haven't been talking about it a lot in this stream because we've been countering it, but the reality is that the biggest weakness in the shotgun is your range. That's your biggest threat, I should say, is range. So, and that's a big issue in control points, right? Because enemies set up turrets and they start shooting at you from very far away, right? And then what ends up happening is by the time you get to shotgun range, you've lost all your armor. You know, maybe you kill him, maybe you don't. By that point, fuck. But it's painful, and so shotguns are like that, M870, whatever. And so it can be painful to, and that's why a lot of what I do is to try to counter that is start in close before I even let them know I'm here. So I try to, each control point, I kind of got a place that I go. But this was actually my default way, so there's no doubt that this is a good way. So before St. Elmo came around, I played, when I played this this set, it was with the Scorpio, because the real reason is because I didn't want to use skills, you know what I mean? So I don't want to use skills on a DPS set to get my status effects, and so the Scorpio is the best weapon to get your ammo, basically. Wow.
Agent killed.
Sucks, we just lost all our backpack. So it's kind of interesting, like when you ultra analyze these things. So you got damage to armor, and so one of the things we gotta look at closely are those mods, right? So we got reload speed, we got weapon handling, we got stability, and we got crit chance. What's wrong with any of that? Right? Well, we got more mods, so that's good, right? Stability, weapon handling. So we got more mods than at least one extra mod that we didn't have on the shotgun, the SSG-12. However, it's at the, well, no, I guess we got the same crit chance. Okay, so we got 10% crit chance, so that's good. Okay, good. So we got that. And so technically the stability is a bonus. All right, but we're missing damage to targets out of cover. That kind of sucks. We're getting crit damage instead. Not the worst thing to have, right? Good reload. Faster than the SSG-12, technically. Same ammo, slower RPM, a little bit more base weapon damage, but that's an Inseptic shock. So we got poison, disorient, shock. Target takes additional damage, right? So we really want number 7, right? So the shock is gonna happen randomly depending on the enemy and how many hits he took, right? So it's not like it'd be like, what the fuck? Come on, I'm way over here. Really? God. So it's like, it's not like you can pick your enemy and, or it's not like you can say, well, there's the Scorpio is cool because you can shock every target. Well, you could, but that would be a bad sign that you had really horrible damage. If you were shocking every enemy, that means that you're putting in a full mag into every enemy, which we're almost doing right there. But we don't, granted, we didn't have special ammo and we don't have mementos, so. And so Sadist is there from the first bullet, right? On a bleeding target. Basically the second bullet. Since you use the first bullet to activate it. Where we're not, if we have a good build, then we're not gonna see the shock or the 20% amplified damage from this weapon. We're only gonna see it on bosses. It doesn't mean we're not gonna be successful, of course. But I'm just saying, like, you're not getting the full value out of the memento all the time. And so, with that being the case, you could ask yourself, well, why don't I just get rid of the poison and... Okay, so here we should get full Helio. Get rid of this guy, though. Yeah, so there's a shock. And that would kill him. Yeah. So basically, one guy out of the entire control point. And so I'm not saying the Scorpio is bad by any means. I'm talking about like kind of like what you're looking to get out of your weapon. And this is my argument. I've always had this argument about the Scorpio. I'll be like, yeah, it's nice, the disorient and whatever, but if I just had more damage there instead, you know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't be alive for me to status effect. You know what I mean? And that's why like the M870 has always been my preference over the Scorpio, even the Mop, because it's just like, well, it's nice to status effect them all the time, I guess, but I could just kill them and be done with them, move on to the next guy. You know what I mean? Instead of disorientating them and like right here, see that? Slowing me down, but I'm ready to move on to the next guy. He gets nothing. She gets some disorient. You know what I mean? So staggering is always helpful. So don't get me wrong, but I'm just talking about in general, like when it comes to this gun, like I would actually just rather have power. And so in other words, I rather take the 612 and put Optimist or Sadist on it, you know? And then I get my, I'd also end up getting my damage to targets out of cover if I went that way. Now, what the Scorpio brings, and why it's always a fan favorite for ongoing directives, is that it does bring the status effect so you can earn your ammo so you don't have to worry about bringing in the skill. And that's totally right, right? And that's why I think that hands down, like it's probably all around is the best weapon for ongoing directive from that perspective, you know? Easiest way to get, when it comes from the, like easiest way to get your ammo, because it's easier than this St. Elmo. St. Elmo I have to get 100 shots first. Now obviously there's the workaround with the testing range. Tsunami. So it obviously works great. It works really good. Crits are pretty much the same as what we were. So let me see. So let me show you what I mean, okay? So I think the best way to do it, to demonstrate, like, well, you know, because I'm not sure that everybody understands what I mean, what I say when I say, like, I'd rather just take all of this other shit off the Scorpio, you know, and put on damage there. You know what I mean? So take the base weapon and just give me more damage, you know? And then... And they'll be like, well, what are you talking about? The status effects helps you kill them. Yeah, but more power would help me kill them too, even easier, you know? Because it would cut down on reloads. And reloads are your biggest threat in shotguns, right? When you're not firing and you're standing in front of an enemy, then your reloads are troublesome. And that's what the status effects is countering, right? So the status effects is countering. So it's a weird little vicious cycle there, okay? Let me listen to what I'm trying to say here. Is that, so because I don't have enough damage, I have more reloads. Because I have, let me put it this way. Because I have status effects instead of damage on my gun, I get put into more reloads. But the status effects protects me while I'm reloading most of the time. You get what I'm saying? So the status effects is both the problem and the solution on the gun in a funny way, right? So it's just like, I need the status effects because it puts me into more reloads, you know. But if you're running a Hunter's Fury build, you got redundancy there, right? The Scorpio's redundant in a Hunter's Fury build because you got status effects coming out of Hunter's Fury. And so, in my opinion, I think that Hunter's Fury makes this shotgun a little bit more obsolete because you're disorientating, and then you're disorientating on top of that, you know. So, so one of the best ways to run it is like as a side weapon. So run 2 shotguns, and then on the other one run the exact same 612, and then instead of status effects, we run Sadist on it with damage to targets out of cover. So basically, it'll have the same RPM, the same ammo, the same amount of crit chance. The Scorpio will have more stability, but that's about it. So I think I have to go to my other character to get it though, but let me just go ahead and check that out. Maltech, what's up? Maltech in the house. Kinda, no, 6 blades, you're right. The Scorpio still has its status effects because that's a talent. The talent is status effects. So even though their enemies are bleeding, you're still disorientating and shocking. True. And that's because the talent is a status effect talent. And I understand that's what it looks like the St. Elmo's talent is, but it's not. St. Elmo's talent is the earning of specialization weapon, a particular kind, a specialization ammo, a particular kind. So it's an earn. Actum Est is an earning thing. It's not actually a status effect. The ammo is status effect. And so because ongoing directive is also an ammo, yes, you can bleed. If you hit an enemy with like your pistol and got him to bleed, and then switch to your St. Elmo's and got him to shock, they will bleed and shock at the same time. However, because Actum Est earns ammo and ongoing directive earns ammo, then they override each other, right? Whatever one happens last. So, yeah. So let's see here. So I don't think I have that shotgun in stash here, but let me see if I have it on my other character. I hope I do. I'm always actually looking for a good 612 with the right stats. It's kind of one that's evaded me. Let's hope I have something close. The mop is kind of close, but missing that damage to targets out of cover is actually quite a bit. No, Lordian, you're not doing it wrong. You're not. It's just you got redundancies and it'll make you ultra powerful. I have builds that have redundancies, you know. You probably, the cabaret is not working for you though, Lordian. The cabaret wouldn't make sense with that build because the cabaret will only work when they're at the moment when they're actually under a shock. And the Scorpio, that shock doesn't last very long. What is it, guys? Is it 2 seconds? Less than 5. And so by the time you switch to your cabaret, you'll be lucky if you get a couple of shots on them while they're under shock, and it's random. Probably better off with any other weapon.
Entering safe area.
But Scorpio and Hunter's Fury, no, it's not the wrong way. There's redundancies, and so those redundancies could add extra layers of defense for you if you need it. You know, it isn't the most efficient build, but redundancies are great if people need more, I don't know, what do you call it? Defense, assistance, you know, kind of thing. So, but some people will be like, well, I'm already staggering the enemies on kill. But the Scorpio doesn't require a kill to stagger, so there's some difference there too. You know, it's definitely not wrong. Don't take it that way. But I would recommend changing the cabaret out. It's pretty tough to get that cabaret to work. Okay, Maltech course. This is what you need to do. You need to get an all red Henry chess piece with perfect companion, and then run Striker's Group Row or Fenris on your backpack. Okay, not Striker's backpack, and then run regular companion, and yeah, you can be a happy camper. You get extremely high values. And then try it with the Kingbreaker. If you want to really hit hard, you know, try it with the Kingbreaker, put on Technician with its pulse. I'm not seeing the shotgun. Oh, I knew I didn't have this stupid shotgun. I'm looking for a good 612. That'd be the ultimate test for what we're talking. Just the same shotgun as the Scorpio, but with damage. That's what basically we're trying to do. Yeah, that's a pretty good build for a new player. I mean, it's really good. The only downside about that is the thing about Hunter's Fury is that, I mean, in my opinion, it's actually more of an advanced build because you have to earn everything. Everything is reactive. You earn it all. You know what I mean? The only thing that you don't earn is the amplified damage, but you do earn it. Okay, so that 20% amplified damage, you earn it by stepping into the danger zone, which is in 15 meters, right? By being aggressive. So you do earn it. And then the armor on kill, you have to earn it. You got to get the kill. The additional amplified damage, you got to get kills and keep killing once every 10 seconds to refresh those. And so the status effects on kill, right? So it's all of that is an aggressive gameplay style to get the most out of it, and high risk, high reward is what we would call it. So, you know, I personally wouldn't recommend that set for a new player, although it's very good. And if you got it to work, then that's great, because that means you could probably stepping up your game a little bit. But Heartbreaker is way easier because Heartbreaker is also strong, but doesn't require any kills to get your survivability or your power. Power is survivability. So damage, both damage and bonus armor accrues on hits. And so you can be really, 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 really tanky, you know, and not have killed anybody. You know what I mean? And also very strong, so you're going to be killing people, you know, and there's no distance limiter, so you can play from relaxed distances, you know. And so Heartbreaker, I feel like, is the set for new players, and I encourage new players to try that one. There's a lot more forgiveness there, and it's very strong if you balance out your armor. Don't run too much armor, not too little, not too much. So like 1.1 to 1.3 is a good place for that one. Okay, yeah, it's official. I don't have it. I'm sorry. That would have been a good test. And go check one of these other vendors, see if there's maybe lucky and we have them for sale. Mechanical animal, punch drunk, and healer guard, skill damage, all kind of junk. Yeah. I wouldn't buy him. The healer guard skill damage one, no. I don't, because On a skill build, you understand? So like on a skill build, to waste one of your skills on a scanning pulse would be a lot of, I feel like a lot of potential wasted damage or, you know, real status effect. I craft it. Oh man, don't get me. Don't get me started. I know I probably could or should, but I don't know if it's that important for me to do. Jeffrey Solomon, 3-year hiatus. Are you crazy? Welcome back, man. Probably feels like a hell of a different game. My recommendation, don't get stuck in the expertise trap. It's a big distraction. That's all it is. Especially for new players. New players come in and they're like, oh, expertise and you know, oh my god, and that's all the grinding is about. Everybody's grinding for expertise, and it's just like, oh. The only reason why I have expertise is because I got to do something with my resources and junk. You know what I mean? But it's not worth all the wasted hours that go into grinding for it. I've maybe had 1, maybe 2 builds at most that I got to work because I expertised up the weapon, you know, because they were borderline. So it's rare that it makes or breaks a build. It's just, it's fluff damage. I play with people that have maxed out expertise and come out on the better end on the damage and kills. You know, so it's not, and these are skilled players. So it's not even a differentiator when it comes to player to player. You know, it's just, I don't even know why it exists. But we know. It's for the grind. So I don't mind it, but I just don't really recommend heavy focus on it unless you have absolutely nothing to do. But even then, realize that your resources are limited, and when you get to certain points, like how many exotics do I have right now? Probably exotic components 89. So, you know, I can only expertise so much. But it's actually not the exotic components that get me, it's the other resources. I run out of the other resources. You know, these tap out whatever you need. Speaking of which, I better spend some of those. So this is how I use my expertise. It's like, oh, I'm full in a category, let's dump some, you know? So I'll come over here and find a piece that I need to do. And I look for at these ones that I don't use at all. And donate my materials and do them. Spend down, basically. Right about there, usually. And then I can do this a little bit. Because I'm always fighting the True Sons. And then you can spend some of your printer filament. But printer filament is the most efficient way to get through this. So you can farm for printer filament by farming mods, deconstructing them, and then whatevs. Cool. So otherwise, I think this build, everything felt right. I'll put it back together. The balance of it all. Cool, let me take a look at what else I wanted to work on. Has anybody been in a countdown lately? How's that been going? Oh, you know, one of the things I wanted to try actually was the striker with the double chameleon, double companion striker. Has anybody tried that with the chameleon? I was asking that on stream the other night, and I think that would be insane with the chameleon, which is on my other character. But let me see if I can whip this together, because I was like, I bet you everybody's using the the obvious new gun, you know what I mean? And so, but I think that with the chameleon, it could be pretty insane. Maybe even not even using the striker. Like, what if we use the Umbra with it? Holy crap, right? Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm down. You guys down? All right, let me. Because Umbra with the chameleon is crazy crits, right? Crazy. So let me see if I can get this to work out. Let's try that. And the thing about Umbra, what Umbra brings that Striker doesn't is what, guys? Heals. And so that's what makes it appealing, is that Striker's nice and you get the damage, but Umbra gives you that crazy damage too, but also gives you the heals. And so there, it becomes a, I guess what I'm trying to say is it gets to a point where it's like, wait, how much more damage do we need? Now the downside is I like to usually run the Umbra chest piece. Okay, so I do. And so we're not gonna be doing that, and that kind of irks me a little bit. It rubs me the wrong way. Wrong way of wrong ways. Ugh, I don't have the right Umbra mask. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it's so annoying. Okay, so we need an Umbra mask, and then we need a chameleon. Let's go. Yeah, 6. That is the best way to do it. Like, the ultimate best way to do it is, especially if you have a little bit of girth behind your watch, is to take your 4th character, or whatever your last character is, your disposable one, spend all its resources on the whatever we call those. God damn it, just forgot the printer filament. Yeah, all printer filament, spend a printer filament. You know, just keep cycling it all to printer filament. And then crush that character, go back in, create a new character, get a new watch filled with those points, and do the same thing. Buy more printer filament, spend that printer filament, and that's the fastest way to get through your expertise, because it only takes you, you know, let's just say 4 hours to create a new character. So it really is the faster way to do it versus even going into countdown. It's faster than going to countdown and farming mods, right? I mean, you're gonna spend hours farming mods and crushing mods, you know. So it's still a time process, you know, it really is. No matter what, you're gonna be spending time, but yeah, 4 hours to get that much resources is pretty attractive. Okay. Make sure I got my chess pieces. Okay. Metal, you had a question, I think, didn't you? Middle says, hey Tex, is it better to have a mod with critical hit damage on Hunter's Fury Mask? I mean, I guess on the mask metal, in general, if you're asking generally, crit damage. But it, there's a lot. There's some other things missing. I would need to know to answer that. Like, what weapon are you running, and are you running a headshot build or a general crit build? So if I was running a headshot build, I go headshot damage. By doing that, it frees up all the slots that I would need to put on crit chance for what I could also run as weapon handling, which is great on shotgun builds. So shotgun headshot build, I go headshot damage and weapon handling wherever I can from there.
Safe area entered.
Scorpio Hunter's Fury. Yeah, go crits on a Scorpio build. On a Scorpio build, go crits. Yeah. And then you're probably not going to have high crits, so just kind of balance your crits out as much as possible. So like 40, 80, 50, 90, 50, 100, that kind of thing. I think we had everything, but I'll make sure I have my Pro crit damage versions. Yeah, so far so good. You know what would also work good with, guys, is you remember our all red Foundry Chameleon build? Imagine that one with a double companion. Ugh. Imagine that one with a double companion. So, like that, right? The red Foundry. Because that one we don't run a Foundry chest piece either. So let me pull that one over also. Now, normally we'd run a memento with that, so that'd be the downside. But what does Foundry give us, right? Heals. So that'd be sick. That'd be cool to try. Which one, Dennis? The Foundry one or? Yeah, they're looking at unusual spikes in shade level. Yeah, that's how they know you cheated. Because we all know that it's like there's realistic numbers, and it's like when you see somebody getting 20,000 in a day, it's just like, yeah, probably cheating. Oh yeah, Kelly, it's probably true. There's an addicting element to it, and like I think about it every time I log in. I was like, oh, should I do Descent? Should I do Descent? It's just that I have all these other projects I'm working on, so that's the only reason why I'm not. But for sure, there's an addicting element to that. Okay. So let's see if we can get this to work. So now let's pull in that missing. What were we missing? The knee. Oh, there's a mask. Okay. Of course, of course. So I don't think we'd want to run Cheska on this one. If we can, I think we're going to want to run a Grupo. So on the chest, I'm going to go. I should have an all red Henry. There we go. Oh, that's not the one. That's the one. We could go a little status effects too, but we don't need it. So that one. Okay. Crit damage weapon handling instead of crit chance? Yeah, we'll take that one instead. Because I don't need crit chance, right? So, because the Chameleon is going to bring way too much crit chance to the table than we need. And so we already at 60. See that? So I need to get rid of crit chance. So the backpack, let's see if we got something. Shoot, might be stuck with that. Cheska. Oh, I put the wrong mask on here. Bro. See, yeah, we're gonna have way too much crit chance. So we, any of these can change. We're all crit damage already. Ah. We need a group of backpack. Fuck. Yeah, I'd probably Lordian. I'd probably try a skill build. The wingman build's more for group play. If you're running a group, then yeah. But the wingman is more of a group play, so all the benefits are. I mean, you still get the benefits too. What chest was I running on that one? What chest was I running on the wingman build? I don't remember anymore. Oh, it was Vanguard, I think. Yeah. So, yeah, you don't want to run Vanguard because that really only helps your friends. So that would be the thing you want to change. So Grupo, I don't have a good one there, so let's find anything else. Need more backpacks, man. Oh, shit. I do have a walker. Oh, not good enough though. I don't have any backpacks. Isn't that crazy? Because we use the same backpack so much. No, and I'm still like I don't have a Grupo with a flexible talent. That's the problem. You know, all my groupos are kind of locked up. See, that one's locked up with vigilance. That one's locked up with vigilance also. I need a flexible talent on a grupo. I mean, so I could go a Bellstone, I guess, and have 1 armor core. It's not the worst thing. Better than running Cheska and wasting it all. Let's get a little regen going. I mean, we could go Habsburg too, but I don't save. Well, you know what? I do have an all crit Habsburg somewhere. Because Habsburg at least gives you headshot damage and an armor core. That's nice. Providence too, technically, huh? So... No. No. Okay, let me find this one backpack I know I have. It's a Habsburg with double crits on it. There it is. So at least we'll get headshot damage. It's like crit damage. So it goes in the same pool at least, huh? All right, we'll take that one. Well, hello, Sebastian. Sebastian.
Safe area detected. Friendly control point nearby.
Yeah. We'll keep the same talent. Specialization, I mean. So, let's see here. Habsburg is the way. It's really weird because I don't feel like I have anything in my backpack, and then it's like, you're full. I don't have anything over here. All right. Oh, at least 1 armor core. That don't feel good. Thanks for the follow. That one. That one. Okay. I mean, we could keep clutch technically, but we want that double companion partner up there. So recal, backpack, boom. That unusual damage interaction. So that's what that's giving. Yeah, there's a lot. I saw a stat the other day. There's like 1,800 people logging in per day. Yeah, there's a lot of people in this game. It's been growing since the devs came back to life. They added a big community pool by bringing in Steam. Doing a good job bringing tons of new players in, new game modes. Trying to make things more casual for people. Inviting for more casual players, not just this weirdo hardcorers. Are you what do you play on? Zero Tool, if I'm saying that right. How long has it been? I'd love to hear that. All right, 55.5, 115. So we put everything into crit damage from here. PC through Ubisoft. They got a new PC. Oh, it's been since launch of Warlords. Oh wow, yeah, it's a different game, man. Yeah, it's a completely different game. Good though. You'll enjoy it. Lots to explore. They just launched a new Ubisoft Connect for PC. I don't know. I can't remember if it's launched or just announced. So you might want to check that out. But so yeah, the devs. Let's see. We got skill here. Yeah. Armor repair. Okay, so yeah, the devs basically, you know, during that COVID time, right? Like everything just went to shit development wise, and the game was really underserviced, and we weren't getting any new content. They started recycling content. I think at some point there was a decision that they were going to abandon the game, for the most part, and then that all changed. It all changed, and then the team was at a skeleton crew, and so they've been working to basically get back into full operations, and it's been a little bit painful, you know. So we're getting new content, but timelines are being missed, you know, little things like that. So there's some patience required in this game, you know, really. Because the devs are ramping up still. They're still ramping up. So in year 5, we're getting at the end of this year in quarter 4, season 4, we're getting a new DLC. So yeah, it's the only DLC since Warlords of New York. So that's a big deal. We got a new game mode this season, and next season we're getting a new incursion. And then they continue to give us new gear and exotics, as you would expect. So yeah, it's been cool, man. You know, we're all excited that the game is looking towards even a brighter future than what we were expecting. So yeah, Warlords is $5 when they put it on sale. Yeah, good time to get into the game. All right, let's see how this goes. So I'm not running much defense. I'm gonna try to rely on the heals here. So it's gonna be a mix between playing from cover and running and gunning. All right, so that's our build. Our red double companion, right? All right, so let's bring in some more companions. Now, I normally run the chest piece on this build. So the main reason why I'm running it is because it synergizes with the Chameleon. Oof. And the Chameleon has heals. Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, that damage is crazy. But I'm gonna have to be a little bit more careful. We didn't have any stacks, right? Like, and we just cut through those guys. Let me just kill myself. Agent vital signs 0. So I'll add armor once I figure out where we're at. You know what I mean? All that stuff. Ooh. Really? Fucking... Okay, so let's look at our stats real quick. So that's actually 200% crit hit damage from the gear set, okay? And then another 50% crit damage from the gun. So that's 250% crit damage. On top, we're gonna get 90% weapon damage from the Chameleon's adaptive instincts. So 250 plus 90 on an all red build, basically. We got one blue core, but like, and then we got the double companion thing. This should probably be one of the strongest Umbra builds out there. I think just land a shot. Gotta get used to the Chameleon here. We might be better off with Gunner too. I do have this power shield, but which is giving us more power too, right? Oh, big boy! Holy! We clobbered him. See the heals? Fast. Are you watching that reload? Very fast. So that's one of the perks of Umbra too, right? As we can see that nice little reload boost. I'm not even sure we've earned our buffs yet, have we? Maybe.
Additional hostile contacts.
What? I'm gonna reload it? Ah, stuck on this. Healing, healing. $1.2 million right there. Fuck. Way over there. Wasting my time.
Hey, Tom, I'm here.
Feels pretty good.
Medical assistance needed.
Where'd that other guy go? Pretty cool.
Took care of business here.
Supply room access unlocked.
I finished the floors, DJ. I did it, bro. Saturday night, man. It was crazy. It was crazy. So yeah, the last 20 floors, 25 floors ended up being pretty easy actually, because I ended up going to a Mantis build. I think out of all the builds, DJ, like the Mantis build just made things so much easier. And so it was like a 3-piece Hotshot, Mantis, and then I ran a Memento, of course, and then Habsburg and Providence Headhunter. But that it's really about that infinite decoy is legit. You know, it's just for all directives legendary. We got no skills, no ammo. You know, it's just like that decoy just does it all for you, you know, when it comes to survivability and all that stuff. So both offense and defense protection, really, you know. So that made the last floors cook. So I cooked those last floors pretty quickly. I was actually we did a build lab, and I was like, hey, let's go into the summit because I need this new backpack anyways. And so we were kind of farming at the same time. And then once we got to floor 100, it took me, I think, 3 tries to figure out the strategy against the Nemesis. So, you know, I was like, do we go inside the room? Do we go, you know, do we stay out in the lobby? Do we, you know, how do I tailor my build? Because the Memento doesn't make any sense in there anymore, right? So I changed my build for the Hunters, took off the Memento. And just put, you know, Vigilance back there. And then the secret sauce to it all in the end of the day is, you wouldn't guess. It's the secret sauce to it at the end of the day was the St. Elmo as a secondary weapon, because they disable your skills, and we had 10 directives. So skills were pointless, right? So it didn't matter what skill you chose, it wasn't going to be there for you. You know what I mean? So skills were pointless. So we were like, okay, so what are we going to use? Because they're going to come in with that fucking hammer and melee you, right? And so, and we don't have, I mean, even if we had the power, they're not standing still. They're either rushing us or throwing a skill at us or something, right? Anyways, so finally ended up being, you know, to get the Chameleon, the St. Elmo, and to get my St. Elmo stacks in the floor 100 going into the Hunters. So get your ammo there, and then go into the Hunters with your ammo on your secondary weapon as your St. Elmo. So St. Elmo was my secondary weapon, and then I used the White Death as my primary. And so it only took a few shots to kill a Hunter, to a few headshots. And so shock him, shot, shock him, shot, he's dead. And then the last Hunter shit his pants and basically sat in cover and let me just beat him on the head with my sniper. It was crazy. Right on. Welcome back to Snipey, DJ. Looks like you're on your climb too, huh? It's definitely a fun challenge. I really like challenging myself to do new things like that, you know, new experiences in the Division 2. We've always done them around here on this channel. You know, you guys probably remember the weekly challenges that I used to put up. So we would do things like go from this side of the map to that side of the map with no skills, or without dying once, or, you know, do legendary backwards, and this is how you do it. And, you know, so I like doing those kind of challenges. It's fun, you know. We also did one where we only use gear that fell on the floor or that we could buy from vendors. Nothing from your backpack or your stat. So every weapon you were running had to come from a vendor or something that dropped in the open world. And then we made the rule that you had to change at least one item per control point. So you just gotta watch that shield, because that's your weakest point. So what you're relying on is your armor, your time to kill to protect your shield with this setup. So you don't want things like turrets there wailing on you.
Let's see you run now.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
What the?
See you later, boss.
There. Good as new.
Ooh, the time to kill is fabulous. It really is.
Incoming hostile.
The deal is this, like, I mean, we could probably make a build with even faster time to kill, but why would you need it? You know? In a funny way, you know? 1,056,000 right there. That's without the main, that's without the 90% weapon damage, you know? That's crazy. And so, hear me out. Like, on Striker, and I did see this on Striker, okay? Because Striker is another way to go with this type of build, of course. I mean, many of you probably already started there. But you gotta watch your Striker stacks, because you kill so fast, even with this build, that it takes a long time to get your stacks. You're done with the mission by the time the stacks come. Now, the good thing about the Chameleon is the stacks will stay with you into the next mission. But the Chameleon, Striker doesn't have that benefit. So you'd have to, your workaround is going to be your secondary weapon, and which is going to be your shotgun, to try to ramp it up as fast as possible. The downside is that's going to limit what your primary weapon is going to be. So you wouldn't actually be able to create this build with Striker, because if you switch out of your Chameleon, you're going to lose your Chameleon stacks. So, and that's not worth it. So you have a problem.
Think I can't shoot?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Put a turret way out the back. All right, here we go. Oh, fuck. That sucks when that happens. 1.1. With not quite all of our crits. because I'd lost some stacks, but that's pretty good. And we lost our shield, which had more damage on it too. So I don't know, maybe 1.3 maybe? Which is what I was getting with the Striker from Moss double companion the other day.
Hostile supply convoy. Detected. Supply room access unlocked. Detecting additional.
The shield doesn't work in the testing range, so it makes it difficult to test that part of it. But we could go into the testing range to figure out our damage. 1.127. Gonna climb over right when I get over there.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, fuck. A bad spot.
Agent killed.
So that feels pretty cool. So I want to try the Foundry version next. That's actually a nice Golan. So we didn't have to use an armor kit that whole time. That's pretty cool, huh? So armor broke maybe twice. So just the heals there is nice. So with Foundry, the benefit is you're not going to get any offense, right? But what's going to happen is it's going to heal you sort of as you go. So even if your shield takes damage, you're going to have a stronger shield too. So let's reset control planes and go put on that Foundry. Kelly, that's pretty cool, man, that you got it both to work. 6 skill tiers and 100% Hasbro. Wow. The cosmetic on my helmet. I don't know, we'll see.
Hostile control point nearby.
Oh yeah, the mask. This is the survivalist mask. Was that season 10 and 11? Yeah, but that's the survivalist mask. It's called the Rivet, technically. But it's part of the survivalist outfit. So they had an apparel event that was inspired by our specialization weapons. And so there was like a sniper one, a survivalist one, a gunner one. It was actually pretty cool apparel event. And so that's a survivalist mask. I like it. It's clean. It's kind of evil looking. Speaking of apparel, let's see if we got another key. Not yet. Okay, so now we're going Foundry, so we're gonna have to move things. Douglas, go and move those. Petrov, no. Process, no. Na 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 na. Oh yeah, look at those buttes. I don't know what I'm gonna use them for, but we're gonna come up with the electric sniper build somewhere. Gotten a few good ones. Ain't she a beaut? Alright, Foundry. Call this one the Red Foundry. Remember it from the past. And so the backpack would probably want a the Bellstone that we saw earlier to up our regen even more. Something like this, you see? All right. You'll see why. But let's put that on. Oh, fuck, it went. There it is. Always skip over it. All right, and then Foundry. 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 And it's okay to put a little bit of armor on this. But I'm gonna try to keep it the same, maybe just one blue core. And then, okay, so we're gonna need to fix those gloves. Let's see, let's make sure, what do we got stats wise here? Crit damage, crit damage, crit damage, crit damage, good. So the gloves are gonna make red. Now I used to run a memento with this, so that's gonna be what's different here, and the memento had a very useful purpose on this setup. So we're gonna miss out on that, but that's all right. And companion here. You like that, DJ Hood? Yeah, a lot of people have been asking about that song. Okay, so crits wise, 40. So we're just about right on crits. I'll add a little bit more. Uh, 46 feels about right. I'll add one more. Fuck it. All right. 52. All right. 128. 70. All right. So that gives us some regen. That gives us some. Wait, I might have one with. Yeah, we should take that one. Drop the handling. Okay. It's at 58. There we go. And I can put this at crit damage. It's kind of the same. But headshot damage instead of handling is what we're getting there. So 58, 117. So then I'll drop this crit chance to crit damage. Boom. All right. So we just picked up headshot damage, dropped a little bit of handling. That's what happened there. And then we got heals still. All right. Still got our same shield. So what ends up happening, okay? So total armor regen 1%, and then makeshift repairs, which is this healing that doesn't require skills based on the damage you got. It's going to return 20% of that to you, even if that damage is taken on your shield. So shield damage gets, the shield also gets repaired. It's repairing your shield. So we got a stronger shield. The shield gets repaired at the same time we get repaired. So if I take damage on my toe, the shield gets some of that repair as well as I do at the same time. So that's great. So we got 1% armor regen plus that, another 1% armor regen, and then repairs. So we just added a bunch of defense that doesn't allow us to, that requires us to be free. We don't have to like get into cover or anything like that.
Hostile control point identified.
At the sacrifice of power, of course. And so what we're saying is that let's balance out the build. We got so much good offense. Is this a good balanced build or not? We'll see, right?
Reinforcements en route.
far, so good.
Heavily armored hostiles.
We don't even have our stacks yet. $1,054,000. Holy shit. $1,054,000 again. That's pretty high, guys. You know what I mean? And pretty high for a build that's got no offense on it. I mean, a set that's not contributing towards offense, you know? I mean, that's basically what we were getting. I don't think we saw the full potential out of the Umbra build, actually, but that's what I clocked it at. We were getting like 1.1 something, but I think it had a higher potential. It's just everybody was dying. See how fast I heal? All right, here we go. Fuck.
Why don't you just leave?
We'll take it. They're all good, man. I think we had too much power. I think you have too much power to the point where some of these builds are ineffective. I know that sounds weird, but what I'm trying to say is that you're not getting the most out of your stacks, or it takes too long to get your stacks or to hold your stacks. You can't hold them because the enemies are dying so fast, you know? And not enough hits, basically. Not enough hits. And so all that power is just not there. You're not reaching it. So you're like, oh my God, look, I can hit 1 million or whatever, you know, or 1.5 million. But really, you probably have like 3 million potential damage on your build. You're not, the other half you're not seeing. And so, you know, power down to power up. And that's what we just did. We powered down to power up, you know? And so what I really liked about this one, we have no armor on kill, guys. None. Zero. Zip zilch. And so that was all passive repairing, you know? That's really interesting. It kept me on the move. I didn't have to worry about, like, hey, when I'm in cover, I'm not getting my full potential damage. That kind of sucks, right? Like when I had to get heals from Umbra, I needed to get in cover, which is fine, nothing wrong with that. But when I have to shoot at an enemy, I know I'm missing damage by doing that. And so I'm always kind of watching my meters to make sure I'm going in and out of cover appropriately. And, you know, it's a little tedious sometimes. But to be running a Foundry build, hitting over 1 million easy is pretty cool, you know? I mean, shit, I could probably add another armor core easily here. Or you could run, another way to do it is to run a technician. You lose a little damage off your shield, and then put an artificer hive. What up, Silent? I don't know. Depends on where you left off, bro. So we've evolved. So we went from we put away ongoing directive because we got there. We did it. You know, we got the build that I feel like is at a really good place. Tried, true, tested. And then, you know, I don't know. I guess this is what just happens in build labs. One thing leads to the other. We ended up testing something else. Oh, because I had this question on the stream the other day. I was like, has anybody put double companion with the Chameleon? Because I think everybody's just been using, like, so there's been a lot of St. Elmo's, right? And so everybody's just kind of, St. Elmo's is a primary on everything, you know? And it's just like, yeah, so we get it. But like, St. Elmo's doesn't bring any additional damage to the table, really. I mean, via mods it does, but so does the Chameleon, right? So the Chameleon brings has really good crit mods too. Look at that 15% crit chance. And we got 10% crit chance on the weapon. Yes, it's not damage to targets out of cover, but still. And then stability, accuracy, of course, 20 rounds, right? But this is at 900 RPM. So you even get more RPMs, but more importantly, it brings this crazy damage. So you got 50% crit damage, another 20% crit chance. So this thing's a beast when it comes to crits. That's more than St. Elmo's, right? Now, St. Elmo's doesn't have to stack, I get that. But this also gives you 90% weapon damage for 75 body shots, which is pretty easy to get, you know? And so this is like, I mean, it's crazy. Does it work for legendary? I mean, it can. The problem with it's not really the build, it's sort of the weapon. Like, I'm just not a big fan personally. Now, some people do, but I'm not a big fan of using the Chameleon and legendary. The reason why is because legendary enemies play very far back, which makes you have to get very close. It's like going in there with the Vector SMG, you know? Which is nothing wrong with that, but if you don't play close and personal, then you're not getting your damage. You got a lot of damage drop off happening.
Incoming.
Yeah, so some builds, it's not so much the difficulty. I think that for me, most of my builds doesn't really have much for difficulty. Have to do with difficulty as much as it is against the faction, you know? It's more like the faction, you know? Some builds are better for this faction and some agnostic.
I can't see to shoot.
And so, like, the biggest thing about the Tusk as a faction is their explosives, and then it's their tech. So the problem with that, like, how does that change your build? Is that it keeps you from getting out of cover, right? If you get out of cover, they're gonna send every explosive your way. But this would work in legendary. But we can test it as a matter of fact. But the thing is, I'm just not a big fan of the gun in legendary. It's not my go-to, and that's what. And this whole build is technically built around that gun. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It just is. The shield is playing a role, so you know the shield is giving us damage, and it's synergizing with the gear set too. So I kind of like keeping the shield. We could try to go shieldless, but we're getting that
Incoming hostiles detected.
shield to give us some heals technically. Now I wish we could run the catharsis, but because we're not allowed to break the double companion partnership agreement that we signed. Fucker. Feel very far away from the fight right now. Where these bad mama jamas at? All right, here they come.
See them from here. I got one.
Help! He's on the flank!
Quickly down.
We need to lock down the area!
Million 54 again. Watch those heals.
This is it.
Pretty good, huh? Just the right amount of tanky. You know, just the right amount of tanky. And the craziness is that we're not running any armor. We got the one core, right? Nothing. I mean, look at our armor. What is it at? 993. Almost a million, technically. So, and that's because Foundry gives you, what is it, 10%? Yeah, 10% total armor. So, I like it. I like it. The one, I gotta tell you this, the one thing that would make it perfect is, I mean, if you could get like another Bellstone here, but more importantly, if we could have the catharsis on this build, oh, yes. But you don't want to lose your double companion, so. But the catharsis on shields, on shield builds is really nice. Big fan of that. So another gun that works with this setup would probably be, I mean, we could try the St. Elmo. I mean, just fuck it. Let's do it. We're here. We didn't get all dressed up for nothing. Oh, that's horrible, DJ Hood. I like that you're keeping your chin up, bro. Right on, man. Just read your comment. That's cool. That's what I'm trying to build too, you know? Community is that's there for each other. I mean, and I'm not even, you know, it's a beast of its own at this stage, you know? So you guys are the ones building it, you know? I had to just get the ball rolling, and I still, you know, maintain the ball rolling and bring in growth, but yeah. Yeah, that sucks, bro. So it sounds like you're on PlayStation then? You hook up with the PlayStation clan side? Because I know they're everywhere, so. Okay, so let's see if we can get to 1 million. Cool, man. Well, that's cool. You gotta have your outlet, you know? That thing that gets you through it. And there's a lot of people out there like you, DJ Hood, that are going through things, you know? And nothing could compare, so I'm not trying to. But, like, you know, I think there's a lot of camaraderie. There's another fella that's going through a lot physically as well and reaps some, how do you say, like distraction, a positive distraction. I don't know if that's the word I'm gonna look for, but out of, you know, this game and being around a positive community, you know. Oh, thanks for that gifted sub there. Appreciate that, man. But that's where you want to be, man. That's where I want to be. You know, just be around a bunch of positive people.
Civilians in distress.
Escape to another world for a few hours, you know. Are you stateside, DJ? Or are you in a different country?
Reinforcements en route. Hostile supply convoy nearby. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Felt that shotgun to my back, you know?
Serious trouble detected.
Whatever. There's no way you can shoot through that barrier. That angle was impossible. Fucking bullshit.
Signs 0.
Where's my backup? Look, nowhere. Nowhere. Ah. It's not gonna go over here to go over there. Jesus. Oh, you're Madison. Cool. You used to live in Georgetown. Cool. Department of Defense. Wow. Why not Dr. DT? Welcome in too.
Friendly control point detected.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it could have just been bad luck. I think the Chameleon is better, but we were still holding it down, you know? I wanted to see... I mean, the thing is, it's not bringing any additional damage. I need to check the mods, actually. Our crits changed, so I should take that into account. Oh, by the way, if you guys didn't notice, the latest build video is pinned at the top of the chat, if you haven't seen that one. Okay, so let's look at our crits. So 48, 149, yeah, we need to shift some things. Because now we're not going to get additional crits, so we got to peak our crit chance. So 54, 137. Does that make sense? So the Chameleon was bringing in more crits. So there we go. Now we're at... These guys. 741. Fucker.
You all heard time. You want to see what I can do?
Move it! Move it!
We've lost one.
Flush him out!
Fuck are these guys? Seven 41 again. Might be the peak. God damn, there she is again. Oh, can't jump on that? I'm annoyed.
My armor shot to pieces!
Detected.
Oh, out.
741 again. So that's the peak, yeah. Still get the job done.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Detected. In location guarded by hostiles. Incoming hostiles detected.
The
Hostiles guarding nearby.
Who's hiding back here? What the fuck, man? Oh, running while you're shocked. Cool. Cool. Apparently I didn't put enough shock ammo in him, right?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
So here's my shock ammo, right? Not there. And that's why, like, the Saint Elmo is a really good secondary weapon. People are not gonna like that story. There it is. Well, he's already dead now, right? Like, and then you have to waste it all on like one guy. And now I have no specials. Now I don't have no more ammo.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
That bothered me before the gun was even released. In the PTS, when I saw it in the PTS, I was like, ooh. It's like, there's a lot of waste going on there, you know? So you can use all your ammo. And then once I got my hands on it, it got worse because they nerfed it out of the PTS. The stacking used to be more aggressive. You could stack while you had special ammo. So even though there was waste, you're at least, you know, getting your special ammo faster. But now it's like, yeah, I got all the special ammo. Had to kill like 3 guys. Basically, it's kills, right? Like if you think about it. You know, how many kills did you have to get before you got that special ammo? You know, just because it says hits, the reality is like, man, if I'm hitting that many people, and now I'm not, I like it hits, okay? I like it as hits, but the reality is those are kills. How many kills? 3 kills. So what else does that, right? Sadist, right? As an example. So every 3 kills automatically bleed somebody. That's basically what it is, except they're giving you a full mag, of course. You know, so, but the good part about not needing a kill is that if you don't have kill power, like if you're running a Eclipse Protocol build or something, or even a pure tank and you just got no damage, then that's cool. You can just whip it out, get your stacks, and then just go apply status effects. Nice little shout out, Dr. DT. Yeah, they're good on running through their status effects, these NPCs, you know. They'll do that on foam too. So yeah, anyways, so for this, you know, it's not really adding much. You could put it as a secondary and then run like the Kingbreaker as a primary. That would be interesting. I think my Kingbreaker's on my other character. We can check real quick. Next project, as far as like floor 100 kind of project, or just builds? Probably mean builds, huh?
Hostile control point detected.
So, I mean, I think a lot of it's going to be on Electrique. you know, continue to explore electric, probably galvanized to the end, you know, through the end of the season.
I don't even know why we're out here. Nobody's trying to steal this shit.
Because Cavalier isn't adding much value. There's a couple applications to PvP, of course, but and then I wanted to do St. Elmo's as a secondary. I want to do a video on, like, here's 4 builds where it really shines as a secondary weapon, you know, like that you rather not spend your ammo, you know. So that's one I want to do. The backfire one, I'm kind of right now, until they give us something new, I'm pretty settled in on where I like the backfire, where I like my backfire, and that's on an Umbra build. I really like where that's at right now. Actually, we need to go here to change our specialization. If you haven't tried that, totally recommend it. It's actually fixing everything that's wrong with the backfire. Because Silent, as you probably know, like, if you have 200% crit damage on your build, you shouldn't need any more crits. That's enough crit damage to make you any build feel very strong. So, and then to be 70% hazard protected, 100% bleed protected should be awesome. But why on most builds does things like running the Dark Winter feel stronger, right? Or whatever. And that's because there's some things about the backfire that are really missing, and that's, like, you know, it's a little slow. It doesn't have enough crit chance mods on it. It's got a bunch of random crap. And then it's missing damage to targets out of cover. It's just like, these are all very important things for it, you know. So the Umbra really fixes that. So assault rifles, shotguns, and so I go Umbra with the Umbra chest piece, all hazard protection everywhere. 1 pair of yaw gloves or improvised gear, and then I run the Memento, and it's the perfect backfire build. It's the perfect run. Go gunner, you know. Armor on kill, and then add a little bit of armor. It's really good, really good. Feel strong. You know, but 350, 300, around 350% crit damage, 350, and you get 30% RPM lift. It's amazing. It's better than a Striker one for sure, you know, because Striker helps, but it doesn't fix the lackluster part of it, you know. It's an active regen, actually. Don't need damage bonus because shield health, and then that's fine. So as far as the other skill, I kind of like the Fixer, but we could go Artificer down here too. No, we can't. It's got to be Fixer. Okay, and then here I changed because I'm gonna run a Kingbreaker, which is a strong one, and then we're gonna run on our Pulse here. And then we got crit chance, and then we got stability. So we're gonna shock them, and then so we're gonna use our shock when we need to, basically. 45. So the downside is we are missing crits on this, so we might be better off with like a Cheska here. If we care. We might not care. Let's try it though. Yeah, it's fine. Actually, I can go back. That's fine for crits because that's over critted, so we're good. Let's go see what this does in damage. Yeah, 877. Oh yeah, that's a companion, right? It's pretty fucking good. No stacking, right? It's just like right out of the gate, 877. All right, let's go give it a try. Not quite. I mean, the gun itself, there's nothing wrong with it, but that talent is really difficult to use. Thunderstrike. I mean, if you knew you were running with a team that was all running shock, then yeah. But it's not even good for traps, right? Because the enemies just don't run into the traps enough. It's just like you'd be rarely getting your damage out of your talent. And so swapping to it would be difficult because LMGs have that kind of lower handling on compared to the other weapons. So yeah, no, it's not really gonna be used. The Cabaret is a good gun. It's easier, faster to swap to, and so there's an application there. But you do have to make sure you have enough status effects on your build to buy that time to use it. So. Which isn't that hard. You know, the Memento, Golan Electric, 20% status effects or the Memento is usually about enough. But
reinforcements incoming.
should have got shock ammo before we started, actually. So I'm just earning ammo right now. Ah. There you go. Ha ha ha. Second. How do you like it? How you like it? I don't know why you won't die, fucker. Came out better on the other end, huh? That was loco. Million 60.
You're not going anywhere.
God damn it. Fucking foam, right? It's always the foam. 1,061. Technically higher than the Chameleon.
Concussion grenade!
So this is where this gun comes in handy. That's what the Scorpio can't do, right? Paralyze targets at distance. Oops. Look at our armor back in business, huh? That's fast.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Detected.
Oh, you're a pain. Oh, we didn't have companion on for a minute. Forgot.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Shit, I didn't get you? Fucking bullet flinch. That's crazy, right? You guys think that's crazy? I don't know. I mean, how are we getting the same values as the Chameleon? I mean, how's that possible? I mean, the Chameleon kicks in 90% weapon damage, plus 50% crits, plus 20% crit chance. I mean, I don't get how that's possible. You know? Like, I gotta run the Chameleon one again to know. What up, sir? Soren, welcome back. Good timing. I just created an updated one. Check out the one, it's new. Check out the one that's pinned at the top of the chat. No, I get that the Kingbreaker's strong, right? It's always been strong, and it's got its 20% amp damage, but a fully loaded Chameleon is a big deal. 90% weapon damage or 20% amp damage. That's 135. The Chameleon is 156 base weapon damage, right? 135, 156. That's expertise 16. That's expertise 16 also. 900 RPMs, 650 RPMs. 50 mag, 50 mag. You know what I mean? It's like, is that Kingbreaker a mix-up? Shouldn't it be a higher base damage than that? I mean, Since when did the Kingbreaker become lower base weapon damage than a police M4? Something's wrong visually there, right? Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Okay, yeah, something was weird there. Okay, now it's at 92. Okay, so 135, 95. Thank you. Yeah, something was weird there. Okay, so it is higher base weapon. So 135, 92. Yeah, so that's definitely higher. But still, I mean, dude. It still throws me off because 90% weapon damage. I mean, 100% more, basically. Let's just say that, right? 100% more weapon damage. It's 2x. And then you got your crits going on top of that. So it just really throws me off. So let me put the Chameleon here instead. And then we'll swap back to this. And then we'll just go test it real quick. So, but with the Chameleon, see, I can redistribute my crits back to damage because it comes with so much crit chance. And that might be the problem, you know, is that I need to play more into the Chameleon's buffs to create the separation. So go crit damage all the way. You know what I'm saying? So because the Chameleon delivers 20% crit chance. So where are we at? 46, right? So that should push us to 66 crit chance. Obviously it's only 60. And then 190 crit damage. So where before I was being a pussy about it and I didn't min it all the way. What up, Bruce? Juan Pablo, what's up, man? Like 100% hazard builds, silent when it comes to weapons are, yeah, you got to go with the heaviest, the strongest of weapons. Otherwise, you're just going to feel really weak. That's a problem with hazard protection is we just don't have enough slots for it, even with Cavalier. So we did a hazard protection Cavalier build lab, and we came up with some good ones on the one-shot kill category. So, because it's a lot easier to not feel weak, obviously, when you're killing things with one shot. That being said, you want to look at, so if you're not going to do one shots, your options are basically the Kingbreaker, Scorpio, M870 shotgun, like up in those categories, right? So, the Scorpio is the easiest to put on a high Has-Pro build. Because you don't have reload issues like the M870. I don't know if it's going to, Primal. I don't know. I know a lot of people say that, but I don't think it's going to. I think it needs a buff. I do. I think it needs a buff. I know that's crazy talk. This fucking guy. Oh, you fuck. It is a good gun though, no doubt. But I think they need to fix the ammo situation. But it's got really good mods. I mean, I guess if they were to nerf anything, it would be the mods. Probably in the crit damage side. That's probably what they would take away from you is crit damage. But it doesn't have a damage talent, you know? And neither does the Eagle Bear. And notice how much the Eagle Bear is used in PVE. You fucker. I hate fighting on this back half. How did you fix that so easily? Fuck. Oh, we're wearing the wrong fucking... This isn't a good test. I don't have the right specialization.
Reinforcement complete.
Tanny. Yeah, that's right, Scoggin. We've been talking all day though. Like, it's a really good secondary weapon. You know, it's a really good secondary weapon. Like, it's an OP secondary weapon. Like, holy shit. I mean, think about it in PvP. I bet you nobody's using it as a secondary weapon in PvP. Think about it. Go get a bunch of stacks, right? Get your ammo, holster that bad boy, and then go around, put in some, you know, shoot from a distance, and, you know, to get your damage. And as soon as you're within like 20 meters of an enemy, just fucking hit him with that shock round, approach him, hit him again with another shock round, and then lay into him with your other weapon. You know what I mean? Like it's using it as a secondary weapon makes it so much more effective and lethal. It is more lethal as a secondary weapon, you know? Put Thunder Strike on another assault rifle, you know? Run 2 assault rifles so that you can play a range in PvP. That'd be legit. King Break, I like the TKB with Thunder Strike. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna want Thunder Strike all the time, because you're not gonna use your St. Elmo from distance, and you'll be missing damage at distance then. So, you know, maybe like, you know, just whatever, Optimist or whatever. But, I mean, a shotgun St. Elmo combo could also be nice if you were patient enough to not waste your ammo. And so, you know, shock them, run 20 yards, shock them again. Now you're in their face, and then hit them with a really hard sledgehammer, you know? M870, whatever, you know? The problem with, you know, PvP, it's really the mob versus one mentality that gets you into trouble. So, you know, where you run up to, you know, there's 3 of them, 1 of you, and that's what makes things hard. Because there's a lot of solo players that want to get into it, and they just can't. Okay, so I just want to get some values in here. So we're gonna miss some shield values, but okay, there we go. So there's everything. Let's pop that companion. It's not working. Why isn't it working? Now it is. Great, I lost my fucking stacks. All right. Say 973. right? So out in the field, we were getting a greater value because of the shield. Okay, but this is what's throwing me off. So let's do it without the weapons pulse, okay? So this is just weapon 995. That's crazy. Now the truth is it's got too much crit damage, so we'd have to adjust for this gun. So this need to be crit chance. All right. $921. I mean, it's less, but pretty freaking close. And so as soon as we put on the pulse, it's gonna go higher, right? Let's see. Just making sure we got it all there. Yeah, activate. So the Kingbreaker is stronger than the Chameleon, like fully buffed, is amazing right now to me. I don't know why that's so hard to believe, but it is hard to believe. And I know the TKB is one of the highest and best weapons. I'm not arguing that. It is. It is. I love it. Love the Kingbreaker. So from a DPS side of things, if they're really close, the Chameleon could win because it's got a better RPM, but I'm not seeing a pulse. Oh, because we probably don't have our thing here. Okay, let's fix that. Yeah, 1.1. That's nuts. Okay, so I'm gonna put on closer chest. All right. See if this is better than Perfect Companion. It's not, but not by much. It's pretty fucking close. I mean, it's so close to the Perfect Companion. Companion's not kicking in on my backpack there. Hold on. There we go. It should be higher now. It's showing lower. What? We just lost damage now that we have our backpack talent? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? We just lost damage as soon as I activated my backpack. What? Either way, my point was about to be that it is so close. Like, this amp damage is very near what the Electrique was giving us, right? And if it's that close, then I think I would end up choosing Spotter. Because Spotter doesn't require the drone, first of all, doesn't require allies. And then it also frees up your backpack to do with whatever you want, right? And so in that case, we could run the Chameleon and pick up all that bonus armor and stuff like that. I'm sorry, the Memento, and pick up bonus armor and regen and be even a better killer, actually. So let me put back on that chest and see if the calculations are right, because it's all weirded out. All right. So 975. Yeah, wow. It's just 75,000 more. That's nothing, you know? Now it's 1.1. It's weird. But still, 900 to 1.1, that's, I know that sounds like a lot of damage difference, but it's not. When you think about like, well, shit, I could just put on Spotter and the Memento and be a god out there. You know what I'm saying? It's so weird. The testing is kind of difficult on this. I don't know if you're able to see the discrepancies. Like sometimes the backpack talent damage wasn't coming in. And so I had to take off the backpack, put it back on. And then we went from 975 to 1.1. Huh. There's more to explore in these categories because those are interesting thoughts. You get what I'm saying? So like, for me, like when I'm looking at difference in damage, like, you know, it'll be like, oh, this build's better because it's getting, you know, 75,000 more per crit. Like, nah, that doesn't do it for me. You know what I mean? Like, unless it's like, it literally has everything that you could possibly need. And it doesn't. I mean, like the Memento would add so much to this. It's crazy, okay? One kill, we get 30% weapon damage spike for 10 seconds, plus 30% weapon damage off of the backpack. Long-term buffs, plus the 3% regen on top of the 1% regen. And then I could put a Bellstone chest piece if I wanted to, but perfect closer, obviously. So like, perfect spotter, I mean. You know what I mean? That's a better build. You know, now our damage is going to look a lot different now because we don't have any backpack dealios here, but once we get those, that damage would be looking even better than that, right? So, but think of the defensive value and the shield strength that we'd have with the 30% skill efficiency and blah, blah, blah. And we're still going to be very strong because we're going to be stacking trophies. So, you know what I mean? So when I look at a two-piece companion, you know, a double companion, I want to see a big reason to be doing that. Not 100,000, not even 200,000. It's got to be, for me to call it better, I'm talking like north of 300,000, you know? Because for me, it's not actually the damage number I'm looking at. It's really the time to kill. And I know it takes big, giant chunks of damage to improve your time to kill. 75,000 isn't doing it. 100,000 isn't doing it. 200,000 isn't, you can't detect it. You know, only when you get over 300,000 can you maybe start to notice it, you know, in the testing range. That's on a target where you're landing 100% of your shots. But when you're missing shots out in the open world, it's weapon handling that shows you a better time to kill than more damage because you're missing shots, you know? So. Yeah, so it's really interesting. Yeah, the damage to targets out of cover could be a big difference there too. Yeah, good job for bringing that up. Yeah, the modifier. Obliterate could bring more damage. Yeah, it technically does, but the timer on Obliterate is what you have to consider. The timer Obliterate's only 5 seconds. A lot of people don't pay attention to how much it's actually inactive. So when you walk up to an enemy, it's not there, and then you finally get it stacked at the end of the enemy, killing that enemy, and then you got to run across the field to the next enemy, and then it's not there again. So how much did you actually use it across those two enemies? Not very many shots got the benefit of Obliterate, you know. So because it rises on crit, so it's not my favorite, but it's strong. It's strong in the testing range when you're standing in front of a target that doesn't move and you're 5 feet away from it and never miss a shot. And you don't have to travel to the next target. So that's why it always looks good, because it's proven in the testing range. And I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying it's pretty frustrating that it times out as much as it does. And I noticed that. I looked down at my timer and I was like, man, that thing is never fucking up. But yeah, I mean, I think like of all of the chess talents, I think that Headhunter's #1. Okay, but that's a headshot build, so let's toss that aside. Out of all the chess talents for RPM-based weapons, I would say that I think Spotter is the best. It's just absolutely great. Now, the condition is, can your weapon take Spotter, right? So that's why it's not the meta, because there's so many weapons that can't take that that mod. But if it can, if your weapon can take that mod and that talent makes sense on your build, it's worth it, you know. So, but I think there's more to discover here, is my point, because that whole thing was very interesting what just happened. Like the Chameleon versus the Kingbreaker, and then you see the slippery slope that really was, and these are the explorations, and the point of build labs, really, it's that slippery slope that chain of events that led us there. It was a very interesting discovery, I think, and it shows that double companion isn't as meta as many people might think, right? On some builds, yes, but like if you go like we went through the Chameleon and we did these and we're like, okay, well shit, might as well go Kingbreaker. You don't have to stack and you get more damage out of it somehow. And it's still blowing my mind. And then you're like, but look, you're already down Spotter row, right? Because you're in the laser pointer world now to activate perfect flatline. So since we're doing that, and I like that talent, 20% amp damage, who doesn't like that? Then it's like, well, I might as well run Spotter, right? And then if you might as well run Spotter, then you might as well run the Memento, you know? And so the double companion thing goes out the window because it is higher than Spotter, but not by much at all. And then so you're like, yeah, I'm willing to sacrifice that extra, basically 150,000 or something like that. It was like 150,000 damage difference on crit for the Memento's skill efficiency, armor regen, bonus armor, weapon damage, plus 6 red core weapon damage pickup at 30% stackable. You know, I mean, that's insane. You know, that's insanely good. And I'm not even sure we've created that version before, because I think when we created the red Foundry builds, those were Chameleon days before the Kingbreaker even existed. So I actually don't think we've made that build before. Yeah, the scanner pulse, that's a good point. But I don't, so here's the deal with the Link laser pointer though. If we discovered this was the route to go, this is what I would do, okay? I would do this, and then I would do this, and then here's the kicker. Invulnerable shield. Not invulnerable, but a very strong shield. Because when you're getting skill efficiency, that's skill repair. Skill repair makes a stronger Artificer Hive. It's going to give you more skill repair. And then you're also going to get more duration and more range if you end up dropping it. And so your shield is also getting its own improved stats, right? So, especially in the health side of things. But, so that's 30% driving to that, 30% driving to that from the skill side. And then you're going to get 5% buffs every time you grab a trophy. So that makes a lot stronger shield. And that also puts your shield at a tier 3 because of the Memento plus Technician. You get a tier 3 shield. And then you can be grabbing some bonus armor along the way, but more importantly, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30% weapon damage increase on a single trophy. Single trophy. That means when you got all your 30 stacks, one trophy plus your 30 stacks is 60% weapon damage. So that's pretty, my point is that's pretty cool to be able to make that shield stronger, you know? So you're gonna have your Foundry healing your shield, and then you're gonna have the Artificer healing your shield, and it's gonna make you feel pretty strong. So I think that's where we go with that. I do have a double, yeah, I do have a double crit. Yeah, I don't have an all red double crit. I got headshot damage ones. I've been collecting the good ones though. I have crit damage, weapon handling. Here's my double crit one with the skill tier. They're all kind of close, you know, but not quite there. So. Yeah, I could, yeah, true. I could use the scanner pulse there. So if I did go sharpshooter though, so you can go sharpshooter and use the tactician. That would give you more stability on your weapon. That would basically be the plus there, is you get stability on your weapon. And then if we went, the problem with going with the Gila mask is I'd have to run a Foundry chest or Foundry backpack for the Night Watcher. It's a little hard to chew off. No exotics on my wall? Yeah, good question. Not many people notice that. Yeah. Like, how does he have every exotic in the game, but no exotics on the wall? Yeah, not funny. Because this guy steals my shit. That's why. No, the answer is because I store all my exotics on my secondary character. So the only exotics that show up here are the ones that are allotted that are on my primary character. So the Chameleon is there. The Chameleon is there, right? The Nemesis, you see the Nemesis and the Liberty. So the Liberty's in my backpack. And then there's the Nemesis, right? But none of these other ones show up on the wall. And all the other ones that are missing, like the Sweet Dreams, the Pestilence, they're all on my other character. So they're on my other character's wall. So if I log into that character, you'll see them over there. Yeah, it doesn't transfer over. But so yeah, I do that for space reasons, because I'm always working on builds. So I move things around from one character to the other a lot. So, because as you can see, we're basically full. Look, I have 148 things in my backpack, 294 in my stash. Insane! Insane, the stash issues in this game. Yeah, the Dread Edict Hybrid was a build that we created a few weeks back, and tried to do that one too. Yeah, the walls you run exotics, they added, I think they added one or two to it though. I can't remember which ones. I don't think the Chameleon was always up there, by the way. I can't remember. But they did add a couple of later exotics. But for the most part, yeah, because my Regulus doesn't show up there, and I'm pretty sure I have that. Yeah, so this is my Regulus. That doesn't show up. The Liberty does. I don't remember what's up here. Does the Eagle Bearer show up here? I don't remember if that does either. I don't think the Mantis does. So the Pestilence and the Merciless do, and the Sweet Dreams. So there's 3. And there were some holes that I think they filled. The EB does show up, huh? What are you looking for from Iron Horse? Are you looking for your Ravenous or both? Both weapons, probably, huh? Yeah, I remember. I remember when that raid first came out. Man, there were people that were grinding for that Ravenous. Oh man, I remember talking to this one guy. He was like, "Man, I've opened that chest 25 times and I haven't got it." It's like, oh, that is such bad luck, man. You can get caught in that bad luck RNG circle, you know? I ended up getting mine, I think, on my second try, maybe my first. Probably the second try, I think. The backfire shows in New York? Oh, I didn't realize that. And Lady Duh. I like the masks well, too. That's one of my favorite things in this game. I'm surprised when we got raided, they didn't steal my hunter's masks. You know? A collection of faces. That's cool that they did that, huh? Those are trophies. People you've killed. Creepy dudes that you've killed. Here they are. Where's everybody? We got ransacked. All right, everybody. Well, I'm going to call it a night because it is time to work on a video. So we will stream again mañana. So look forward to a more discovery. Also, we need to get back into descent. It's been a minute since we've gone up in there. All right, everybody. So don't forget to check out the build that is pinned at the top of your chat right now, and look forward to another build in the morning. And then we will also live stream tomorrow. Catch you guys later. Thanks for hanging with me.